te hiringa atua o tēnā kau, te hohorota o tēnei hiringa. Kia tipu ai te pono, kia pua wai te ngāwari, kia ihihi te mauri. Mai e te tipu, mai e te pua wai. Mai e te ihihi mauri a whiritoi ki te whaiau ki te ao mārama. Whāno, whāno, hara mai te tōki. Haungie, uie, taukie. E ngā mana, e ngā waka, e ngā reo, e raurangatira mā tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou i runga i te reo karanga, o Whatua nuku, o Whatua rangi, i runga i ngā karakia, i runga i te reo rongo mai whiti. Tēnei a Ngati Whatua, e mihi nei, e tangi nei, e whakamāno atu nei kia koutou, mau mai, haere mai, piki mai, tau mai rā. Tau mai rā ki te taha moana, ko te waitamata a kupe ngā rau tērā. Harai mai rā, ki te toanga roa tēnei, ki te pokapū o tāmaki, e tū mai rā. Hara mai ki te kahu tōpuni atu periri, e horake nei, e horake nei. Hare mai rā, hare mai rā. Koutou, e ngā mātā waka, o te motu. Koutou, e ngā ringa ringa, e ngā waiwai. O tira koutou e ngā rauranga tira. Koutou e ngā manu taupua. Hare mai rā. Whāriki hia mai, ko ngā mate kei runga i a koutou. Kia karanga hia, kia mihia, kia tangi hia, kia poroporo wā ki tia. Nō reira, ka oro atu kia rātou ngā mate, rātou ko whiturangi tia. Koutou kua hoka i te pai, ko koro ki i runga i ngā tōtara teitei o te wānui a tāne, haere ngā mate. Haere mua te tirohanga ngā iwi, ko mahue i honei i a koutou ki te ao tūroa, haere ki mana wakore. Ki ai, hiko ia te whetū, hiko ia te marama, kārere ko te ate i whai haere ngā mate. Koe no ko koutou tērā, ko eke, ko haere ki toa te ārai, engari ko tātou tēnā tā, tēnei te hunga ora, e pupuri nei, e noho nei kei te toi o tō ora, o reira, tēnā tātou, e ngā kanohi ora. O tira koutou e ngā mātā waka, koutou e ngā reo, rangatira o te motu, o te ao katoa, e tēnā pito, haere mai ki tēnei pito o Ngati Whatua, a ki tāmaki makaurau e mihi nei, e tangi nei. O tira, e ngā rangatira, ki a koe, e tapu rangatira e Barry, tēnā rā koe, te kai, whakarangatira i te kaupapa nei, tēnā rā koe, tēnā koe. Koe no, ko te kaupapa o te rānei, ko te mauri o te rānei, ko koutou e hāpai nei i tēnei mea, ko te pūtea me ngā whiriwhiri, ngā ua, ngā kawenga rangatira kei a koutou tērā haipapa, o tira kei a tātou tērā haipapa. Nō reira, ka rea mo te whakaroro i ngā kōrero, tēnei noa te whakatūwhera i tō koutou hui nui whakaharahara. Nō reira, kia poto te kakau o te whaipa, a kātia ui konei i tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou ka pō.
Whawhaki mai, Mangaru nui, Wawaratia,
Just briefly, I'd like to relay some of the messages that were spoken in my native tongue. Quite simply, welcome, greetings and salutations to all that have come from across the land, across the country, in different parts of the world. We, on behalf of Ngati Whatua, Orakei, the local custodians, are honoured and privileged to address you today in the best way that we know how, and so we thank you for allowing us to continue this practice of tikanga Māori, the traditions that are handed down from generations to generations. We always like to throw in a link there where only 184 years ago our great chief rangatira Apihai Tikao invited down Lieutenant William Hobson from Russell, and he stood on top of Maunga Phone, which we know as Mount Eden, and he put his arms out like this, out towards Parnell Baths, and the other arm out towards Cox's Creek, and he said, come and live with my people. And what he actually meant was, come and build prosperity with my people. So we continue to honour that generosity through the practice of karanga, karakia, mihi, and deep acknowledgement to everyone here in Tāmaki Makaurau, because it wouldn't be anything without our rangatira, and it wouldn't be anything without you. So just to relay that message, I welcome you once again, twice, 3 times, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa. To finish off, I'd like to welcome Barry up to close off of Haere. Me koe hoa. And if you'd like to, you can share the breath of life with your get to know each other on your tables. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora te tangata whenua, mā te whātua Orakei. Thank you very much for your welcome, for your mihi whakatau. Kia Barry Kotaho, ko te kaiarahi o te patea whai whakaro, no mai hari mai whakatau mai ki tēnei hui. Ka pai te kite. It's great to see you all here. I'm Barry Coates. I'm co-CEO of Mindful Money. And we are thrilled that we have a great audience here today, and I think some fantastic speakers and panelists and facilitation of the roundtables to follow. So we had somebody arrive here and say, is this a quiz? And we said, actually no. And it's not bingo, even though you've got paper and pens at your table. And it's also not the Coalition for Exterminating Freddie the Frog and other native biodiversity that's happening down in Wellington. So instead, this Mindful Money conference is focused on including positive social and environmental investments within mainstream funds, within KiwiSaver funds and retail investment funds. That's the kind of theme and purpose that we decided that we wanted this particular conference to contribute to. It came after earlier work late last year and this year with a number of fund managers, many of whom are sitting in the room, around how can we encourage mainstream fund management, the $110 billion in KiwiSaver funds and about 70 or 80 in investment funds. How can we encourage that growing large pool of domestic capital to devote more of their investment into New Zealand, and particularly into New Zealand companies and enterprises that are doing things that create positive social and environmental benefit. So that's really the purpose of why you're all invited here, and I'm thrilled that so many people have come. And so that's kind of what we're going to do today. So if you're here for the quiz, then now would be a good time to leave. By way of background, Mindful Money has now been going for over 5 years, which is a surprise to many who didn't give us that long. We started by providing transparency. And from our perspective, transparency about investment is crucial. People who are investing into a fund, be it a KiwiSaver fund or any managed fund, we believe have a right to know the kind of things that they're investing in. Not only their broad descriptions about, oh yes, this is a fund that's ethical, or this is a fund that practices ESG or something else. We actually think that people need to know what companies they're invested in. And we think that people need to know what those companies do, and particularly around issues that they may be worried about. And so this has been the genesis of Mindful Money's transparency. We call it kind of radical transparency. It's the things you ought to know when you make an investment. And sadly, too few people who invest in KiwiSaver and other managed funds know this when they invest. And so that's why we've set up Mindful Money initially, as a way to provide that transparency and to make it free. And we can do that as a charity. It's not a very good business model, but it's a great way to be able to tell people what they are investing in. So that was kind of where we started. It was supported by annual surveys. We're now on to our 6th annual survey, where we asked the public, about issues of ethical investment, about impact investing and so on. And one of the questions is, what do you want to avoid in your investments? And so when you look on the Mindful Money website and you see issues categorized by issues of concern, it's those top issues that the public want to avoid. And we feel like that's the sort of information that the public should know about in understanding the impact of their KiwiSaver. So over the years we've been operating, there's been quite a lot of progress made, and 6 months ago we saw a huge drop in the number of companies cited on the issues of concern and the amount of investment. So significant investment, particularly in the traditional issues like gambling and tobacco and alcohol and pornography and predatory lending and so on, those kind of what we group as a social harm set of issues, but far less so in the behavioural issues. The practices of violating human rights, or the practices of animal cruelty, or the practices of environmental damage. That is not a sector and a particular bunch of companies, actually is companies behaving in harmful ways across any sector. So we've seen much more of that as being high on the list of public concern, but also stubbornly high investment from New Zealand investment. Over $15 billion of retail funds is now invested in those companies that the public wants to avoid. So $7 billion in producing and burning fossil fuels. $2.5 billion into companies that cause suffering to animals, and $2.4 billion to companies that violate human rights. So, we're talking around somewhere around 8 or 9% of total funds. It may not seem a lot, but try telling that to someone who has a KiwiSaver and says, what do you mean I'm invested in these companies? What do you mean my money's going into making nuclear weapons? Or my money's going into companies that cause cruelty to animals, etc. So it's not always the magnitude that makes a difference. It's actually people who want to have funds that they can be proud of and they can feel like they align with their values. So we're going to continue to highlight this information to investors. Our website has been used as research by, we reckon, around 350,000 people. So, from a small charity startup, we're getting there in terms of reach into the public, and we have great ideas for how we can scale up and increase that number to a lot more. 3.2 million Kiwis have KiwiSaver funds, so we've got a ways to go, but we're happy now because, 350,000 people is a little, it's enough for fund managers to actually say, oh, those people are seeing what's in their funds. Maybe we should pay a bit more attention to where we're invested. So ain't transparency a wonderful thing? So avoiding harm via kind of these issues of concern. It's only part of the story. And we won't meet our challenges that New Zealand faces, nor the global challenges, without investing in the transition to net zero, without investing in the regeneration of nature, without investing in social priorities. So again, this is kind of really where we're saying we want to be a catalyst not only in people avoiding stuff that they don't want to invest in, but actually in investing in the things that they get really excited about investing in. When we ask people in our surveys, do you want to invest in companies that make positive impacts in the world? And we'll hear two examples from social housing and renewable energy today. People say absolutely yes. And they particularly like it when they can earn a decent financial return. So that, as we'll hear from today, is entirely possible and is not at all in conflict. So we're going to hear about this firstly from our first keynote speaker, our only keynote speaker in the conference, Dylan Lawrence, who's going to highlight the international context and dimensions for New Zealand investment. So he'll be introduced in a minute. What we'll also hear is some of the kind of progress that's being made. And so you'll see the first of the panels is mobilising investment for homes, about primarily social housing, affordable housing, and I think we've got a fabulous lineup of panelists. Unfortunately, Saville-Smith couldn't be with us, but the quality of those other panelists I think is great, and we're grateful to Alastair Rhodes for facilitating. We have a second panel then on investment in renewables. Again, I think we've got a great panel, and that'll be facilitated by Tarina Williams. And then we finish up with our experts, which is you having your say in the round tables. So the tables have been organised around facilitators. If you're not at the table you want to be, then after I've stopped talking, you can have a little shuffle around if you like, or you can stay where you are, which would be much easier. As I said, this conference is building on the research we did earlier on this year. I think that this is kind of both a follow-up moment, but also for us laying the foundation for more work in future, and we'll come back to talk more about that. Before sort of finishing, I wanted to introduce our fabulous Mindful Money team. Please wave your hand. Karen Swainson, where's Karen? Karen is an absolute rock, our head of operations, and she's just had COVID, but she's around here somewhere. She's clean now. Olive Coulson over here is our creative spark. She's head of marketing and lead organizer for this conference. We'll have opportunities to thank you later on. Shannon Barnes over there is our clever research analyst. Frank Arija-Powell over here. Frank's just joined us as our quant-loving data scientist. And an exciting development, I am thrilled to introduce Kate Vinnell. Where's Kate? Who has come on board as co-CEO of Mindful Money. So I hope you all get a chance to meet Kate, and you'll hear from her later. So one final point. Previous Mindful Money conferences, some of you have been to them before, so you remember we usually have a political panel. And we didn't do that this time, partly because we wanted to focus on what the investment sector can do itself in pushing this agenda of mainstreaming impact investment forward, irrespective of government policy. However, even in this, the political context is important. And it is with concern that we've seen the rapid dismantling of government policies on many of the issues around sustainability and climate change that really are at the core of the kind of investing that we want to encourage. So we've seen axing of government policies for so many climate change programs. It'll take me half an hour to cite them all. For conservation of biodiversity and protection of vulnerable Kiwis. So I know this conference isn't about politics, but I hope that you who are leaders in the investment and finance sector who are serious about sustainability, ESG issues, will speak out. Because it's really only the voices of business and finance that the government will listen to. And I think your voices will be crucial in determining the direction of government policy over the next 2.5 years. So a shift back to the polluting, clear felling, rip it up mining, drilling, and bottom trawling exploitation of our environment is not the smart, high-value, sustainable future that we want for our country. We don't think it's good for the economy, good for society, and certainly not good for Freddie the Frog. So with that, we have a great conference plan for today. Housekeeping, there's a Slido and QR code on your table if you want to put questions down at any stage. For the 2 panels that we've got, we have toilets over there where it says bathrooms. We have fire exits down the stairs where you came or out the back and down the stairs. I think that's all the housekeeping we need. So it's now my great pleasure to introduce David Tikao. David is investment manager for Ngati Holdings, and he's a Mindful Money board member. I would invite David to the stage to introduce our keynote speaker.
Kia ora, Barry. A tihei mauri ora e te atua no te karakia e te ruma e tu nei tēnā koe. Te mana whenua Ngati Whatua Orakei, tēnā koutou. Haere mai, haere mai, haere mai. So our co-CEOs have laid down the whittle, a challenge for me to introduce our keynote speaker, Dylan Lawrence. And before that, I'm going to go off script and lay down the whittle to you. So yeah, I'm going off script here, Barry. Thank you so much for coming to the conference. We would really love you to share a social media post on LinkedIn that we will be sharing throughout today and tomorrow. We're going to ask you to send your networks to Mindful Money, the website. That's how you can help to really be a part of this conference, by sharing with those networks the great work that Mindful Money does, the great work that it can uncover by your networks being able to see where their money is invested in their investments and their KiwiSavers. So please do that, mindfulmoney.com, and you'll be doing us a huge service. Thank you. So I'm going to introduce Dylan Lawrence. Dylan is the current General Manager for the investment team, responsible for leadership of investment promotion and attraction activities at New Zealand Trade and Enterprise. Dylan is a leader experienced in capital markets, venture capital investment and international trade. In addition, Dylan also leads Te Pōra Māori. That's how I first was introduced to Dylan, a specialised team within NZTE responsible for supporting the growth of Māori exporters and investors and delivery of its Māori strategy. Prior to joining NZTE, you may know Dylan through him being a director at Cameron Partners, one of New Zealand's leading investment banks. And during his time there, he advised on and successfully executed a large number of mergers and acquisitions and capital market transactions across a broad range of industries for publicly listed corporations, private equity firms and privately owned organisations. Dylan is of Ngati Ranginui, Ngati Raukawa ki te Tonga, Tūhorangi, Te Atiawa and Tūko Reho descent. He holds law and commerce degrees from the University of Waikato, has completed the Harvard Business School Business Administration and Management program and is admitted as a legal practitioner in New Zealand. Kia ora, haere mai, Dylan, paki mai. Kia ora.
Far out, that sounded pretty mean. Tēnā koe te tuakana ki a koe, David. Ka te rā ti hei mauri ora. Ka tika e mihi kawana ki ngā iwi o te rohi nei, nā te whātua Orakei, mihi mai karanga mai. Karanga mai ki ngā rangatira ngā tohunga haumi, ki Whanganui e tātou, kua huhui mai nei tēnei ahi, tēnā koutou katoa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as stewards of capital, we're all well aware of the profound impact our investments can have on society and on the environment. And that's because as New Zealand and as New Zealanders, we've always had a great affinity for doing good and doing well. We're a country that prides itself on letting our values guide our decisions and guide our behaviour, and we've always advocated for fairness, equality, and making progress towards better outcomes. We were the first country in the world to give women the right to vote. We said no to nuclear in 1984, driven by the sense of responsibility to support peace and the rights of all human beings, not just in New Zealand or the Pacific, but worldwide. Kaitiakitanga, care for people or place, lives at the heart of everything we do, and the world acknowledges that. None more so than when we swiftly introduced a blanket ban of semi-automatic weapons following the Christchurch mosque shootings, or when we became the first country in the world to give a river the rights of a human being. Doing good and doing well is also evident in our generosity of spirit. When Awaroa Bay on the Nelson Spit was going to be sold to private investors, we crowdfunded the beach back and gave it away for the free use of all New Zealanders. It's also evident in the connection, the pride, and the respect we have for our Indigenous culture. And take it from me, it's this type of behaviour that has captured the attention of the world. So much so that we've become known out there for surprising them with our ability to be good humans. And it goes way beyond ESG claims. It's to our very essence. And ladies and gentlemen, it's our most powerful asset. So it's an absolute privilege to be able to speak to you all this afternoon. I have had the pleasure in my role at New Zealand Trade and Enterprise to work with over 5,000 New Zealand businesses looking to connect and grow on an international stage, and also to connect with high-value investors both here and around the globe. And it's a great privilege to be able to get the opportunity to promote New Zealand as an investment destination and also converse with these investors to explore and understand their desires for how they allocate their capital. Now, if you stick with me this afternoon, I hope to share some observations I've made in my time and to reinforce the case that doing good is not merely a moral imperative, it's a strategic imperative, it's a competitive imperative, and it's inextricably linked to doing well. Now, none of this should be revolutionary and should just reinforce what we already know, but hopefully I can punctuate it with some examples and some reflections of businesses and initiatives that currently exist, and maybe it will drive us further towards calls to action. So the first point I'd like to make is that it's good business to back businesses that are doing good. And it's no surprise that companies do good are more likely to be successful in the long term. And this approach has been backed up by research from Harvard Business School, which found that companies that do good well practices outperform their counterparts by 46% over a 19-year period. Deloitte has found that business leaders are placing increased importance on people doing good. 34% of leaders now believing that societal impact is the most important indicator of success, more so than customer satisfaction, more so than financial performance, and more so than employee retention. Recent McKinsey research is showing that serving the interests of the planet and people also helps deliver profits. More than 75% of executives and business leaders, they believe environmental, social and governance initiatives create corporate value long term. So now, more than ever, businesses are aware that in order to protect their own financial interests, they must protect others. The reason why I raise this is that we believe New Zealand over-indexes on businesses doing good in the world. Like our people, we're a country that puts our values at the heart of how we do business. That's why we have a stable economy, little corruption, a competitive tax structure, and we make it easy to do business here. It's never been values versus business. For New Zealand, our values have enabled us to create better businesses. And it's led to Allbirds, the world's most sustainable shoe, becoming Silicon Valley's most desirable shoe. Our care for our land and animals, redefining the premium pet food market, and why KKR bought Natural Pet Food Group. Sequent, developers of software that gives people a better picture of Earth so they can make better decisions, selling for over $1 billion to Bentley. Fisher & Paykel Healthcare, a company prioritising patient well-being and investing in research and development to not only improve countless lives, but also to establish themselves as a global leader and generate substantial returns. Dawn Aerospace, reusable rockets, green propulsion systems. WoolAid, disposable wool bandages disrupting a $3 billion industry. ZQ Merino, traceability and ethical sustainability across farming and supply chains, leading to more value being extracted by farmers on the wool they produce. And there are so many more. This ability to leverage our values to create better, more ambitious, innovative and impactful businesses is what makes the way New Zealand does business very distinctive on the world stage. And it's good business to back businesses like these. Number two, there's only three, by the way. Number two, governments prioritise doing good, and it's good business to invest alongside governments. We all know governments with the economic initiatives and societal needs prioritise areas they see as crucial for the nation's development and well-being. By investing in these sectors, we can not only do good by contributing to the nation's progress and the betterment of society, but we can also do well by tapping into lucrative markets with regulatory frameworks, subsidies, incentives, or contracts that support and encourage the adequate risk sharing required for private capital providers. In New Zealand, we're seeing effort being put into a number of key sectors where private capital can play an instrumental role, such as infrastructure, housing, renewable energy, healthcare, aquaculture, and emerging technologies. As recently as Monday, I returned from Singapore, where I accompanied both our Minister of Trade and our Minister for Climate Change to the Indo-Pacific Economic Green Economy Investor Forum. The purpose we were there was to mobilise financing in support of the development and the deployment of clean energy and climate-friendly technologies in New Zealand. We've just sort of started touching on it. New Zealand's got this strong commitment to transitioning to a low-carbon economy and achieving net zero emissions by 2050. To do so, we're going to need to at least triple our renewable energy generation capacity, and this is going to require significant investment in renewable power generation, distribution, battery storage, and green ammonia production. And to do so, the government acknowledges and will continue to have to work closely with private capital to help direct investment into these areas. In terms of clean tech, with the amount of capital countries are putting to work to solve their decarbonisation needs, the next wave of unicorns is likely to include many companies addressing climate change and environmental degradation. And New Zealand has a rich history in developing and piloting innovative clean tech solutions before scaling globally. 7 high-value New Zealand clean tech businesses attended the forum, profiling the quality of clean tech technology being incubated out of this country, most of which already have international capital. Examples include Mint Innovation, which has groundbreaking technology to extract precious metals, think gold and lithium, from electronic waste, and they already have the world's first urban biorefinery in Sydney, and looking to expand that out across the world. Fabrum, a business with patented technology that liquefies hydrogen for storage and transportation. Neocrete, which takes carbon out of cement by using low, this is where I get lost, school C science is not doing me well, low carbon binder from their nanotechnology. And then OpenStar's a business in Wellington you may have seen in the media, well on the way to developing fusion energy. As another example, in April I accompanied the world's and our first ever Minister of Space to the World Space Symposium, where a lot of our time was spent closeted with members of US Congress, NASA, Space Force, Boeing and other similar primes and venture funds, all looking to deploy capital and create partnerships, foster new connections in Aotearoa, New Zealand. The New Zealand space industry is closing on $2 billion in size already and growing at 20% per annum. And from a global perspective, the space economy is projected to reach $1 trillion by 2040, and New Zealand is seen at the forefront globally as a commercial leader in this industry. And this is because we have three key things. We have a future-focused, government-enabled regulatory environment, the most agile in the world and the only one in the world that's designed with commercial in mind as opposed to civil or defence. We've got a strong, forward-leaning government support in the R&D community in this area, and we have truly unique geography. We possess 2 of the world's 5 dark sky sanctuaries, 2 international dark sky reserves. Our landscapes, clear dark skies, and low air traffic offer unparalleled launch conditions and exceptional Earth observation opportunities. We also have access to some of the most difficult to obtain orbits in the world. I don't want to get too technical, but in addition to lower Earth orbit, we have medium Earth orbit, geostationary orbit, sun-synchronous orbit, and polar orbit. The last 2 pretty much can only be found in New Zealand. At a time when there's a growing desire to access space, there's limited and trusted real estate to be able to facilitate this, and New Zealand is poised and New Zealand is relevant. Our space industry is also at the forefront of sustainable practices. The concept of doing good has now extended beyond our terrestrial borders into the realm of space. New Zealand businesses are developing space technology that benefits people, the Earth, and our solar system. Our innovators include Dawn Aerospace rapidly reusable rocket-powered spaceplane, green thruster systems. Zeno use magnetic fields to move satellites around in space without the need for fuel. Companies like Orbica and Waka Spatial are leveraging satellite technology to provide valuable insight solutions for enhancing sustainability and resource management. Fabrum has provided hydrogen fuel systems for NASA's next mission to Mars. They're doing this because, yes, it's the right thing to do, and New Zealand has been a trailblazer in this regard, but they're also doing it because there's a huge market need from governments around the world for solutions that can do things sustainably. It's good business to invest where government is prioritising. Number 3, it's good business to back initiatives that are seen to be doing good by society. By directing capital towards opportunities that are doing good, investors can showcase their influence to promote sustainable and responsible business practices. This increases the desirability to their investor base and ultimately the ability to allocate further capital. Nothing lost on anyone here in the room. For example, being here in this wonderful maritime space reminds us of the importance of the ocean in our lives. As an island nation, Aotearoa, New Zealand has a special affinity for the sea. It's our food basket, our playground, our vital trading link to the world. It's the moat that protects us, the highway over which our ancestors travelled to discover it, the last significant landmass to be settled by humans in the world. It's the driving force behind our weather, which is getting increasingly extreme. And as sea level rises, it nibbles away at our land. It's the home to many beautiful and amazing creatures, but many under threat from pollution and other human activities. The Economist doesn't mince its words, stating that human activity on land and at sea is driving an alarming decline in the health of the ocean. And the ocean is also the key for tackling climate change. If we stop abusing it and we choose instead to help it, the ocean covers over 70% of the Earth's surface. It's a huge heat sink, carbon sink, and producer of oxygen we breathe. And so where this converges nicely in Aotearoa, New Zealand, because of our history, because of our location, there are literally hundreds of sustainable and innovative investment opportunities, including many of which are pioneering sustainable and regenerative use of the ocean. And that's where the society wants us to be focusing. I'm talking about businesses like New Fish, which is working to change the way we eat by using marine microalgae as protein source. Precision Seafood Harvesting, developing an innovative modular harvesting system that allows undersized and unintended catch to return to the sea. Carbon Click, which has developed a platform which helps businesses and their customers tackle climate change by making carbon offsets simple. Sea Change, building zero-emission boats for everyone. Subsea, a developer of underwater imaging and inspection technology. And Better Packaging Company, which is diverting tonnes of ocean-bound plastic per year and upcycling into mailers and polybags. It's good business to back initiatives that are seen as good by society. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. In summary, by embracing doing good and doing well, we can not only generate superior financial returns, but we can also contribute to the creation of a more sustainable, equitable and prosperous future for all, because it's good business to back businesses that are doing good. Governments prioritise doing good, and it's good business to invest alongside governments, and it's good business to be seen to be doing good by society. Hopefully you found that uplifting to hear. Let's be some catalysts for change, to advocate and allocate capital to products and opportunities that are doing good. And I guess I'll finish because I'm often asked about who I see out there in the world that's doing it well. So I'll finish with an example very close to home, right here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A new fund entering the market called Orakei. They're a bit more unique than other traditional private equity funds. They're cornerstoned by Māori capital. But they're also not exclusively Māori. They're creating an entry point for institutions to partner simply and efficiently with the Māori economy to access the additional benefits that can arise from such a partnership. They're also structuring themselves as long-dated funds with the purpose of investing into and building businesses of scale for the long term. They see their LP's long-term investment horizon and benefits of compounding interest as a competitive advantage to be leveraged. And unsurprisingly, they're also investing into a number of areas which has government focus and tailwinds: energy, healthcare, housing, financial institutions, infrastructure, etc. My view is that these are the sectors where Māori possess competitive advantages, and partnering with iwi and ngai Māori almost needs to be a precondition to success. So if you are in the room and you are considering your allocations to private capital, and particularly if you are looking for a unique ESG and brand proposition to go with it, my pick is keep a watch out for Orakei, particularly because I've seen some of their deal flow. At NZTE, we talk a lot about the still sleeping Māori economy, and often wonder what the impact will be when the Māori economy coordinates and wakes up, and this could be the catalyst. So with that said, nō reira I oku rangatira, kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui. Be brave, be strong, be steadfast. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Dylan. That was a great way to start us off. Thank you very much. Lots of great insights there that we'll keep on coming back to during the afternoon.
And then we're going to go and tackle on Sam's shoulder, another KiwiSaver manager, and say, why don't you invest in this pie structure that it's actually set up and structured for more investment capital as well? So that's kind of
The pun on a Sunday night, I know, but there are
media builders. Let me put your hand up if you think we have enough money to build the houses in New Zealand. Yeah, so why aren't we building enough houses? And the issue is not land, it's not resources, it's actually capital. The issue is not the lack of land. You know, someone selling a farm on the edges of Auckland will convince you that because they want their farm to be rezoned and them to make a fortune. The issue is not land. The issue is capital. The issue is capital to build the houses, and we have the capital in this room. If we don't have it now, we're going to have it. So the solution is actually here. It's the application of that into an asset class which has been well proven overseas to provide incredibly reliable returns. Yeah, can I just talk to my fellow fund managers? You know the tough times when the markets go down and your member services are dealing with why has my KiwiSaver balance gone down? Well, you know what happens when you own houses for rent? They keep on paying the rent. It's very, very consistent cash flow. It's a marvellous asset class, which is why if I was a German fund manager right now, I'd have on average 10% asset allocation to the build to rent area. So it's going to happen. So it's an optimistic note. But the fact that it is difficult, the fact that it is hard, the fact that they haven't been built, I'm going to issue a challenge to you. That is a reason, but it is not an excuse. This is the last time I will tease you about your outrageously high fees, but some of them should be going into building and doing it the hard way, right? Actually applying capital to this area, because simplicity has shown, and we're very happy to share all of our IP with you. And we've just opened a productivity hub in our latest building site in Mount Wellington. You are all welcome to visit to see how it can be done, because we really can build houses in New Zealand faster, higher quality, and at lower cost. It really is possible. And we'd love to have you all competing with us. How about that's the shortest speech I've ever made.
That was seriously impressive. I think it's almost deserves a round of applause. And last but certainly not least is Jodi Hayward. So Jodi is a real expert in the Māori economic development space, and in particular around kind of housing solutions. And the other good thing about Jodi is I've known her for a number of years, been on a leadership conference with her, and she tells me to shut up when I talk too much quite a lot, which is going to be quite useful today, and also tells me when I'm wrong, which I'm kind of wrong quite a lot today as well. So Jodi, over to you as well for quick opening remarks.
Kia ora ao. Te mea tuatahi tēnei te mihi nui ki te mana whenua, Ngati Whatua ki a Orakei, nei rā te mihi mahana ki a koutou katoa me te whenua hoki. Tuarua e Dylan, haere atu, tēnei te mihi nui ki a koe mō te kōrero e tēnei ahiahi. Ko waiau, he uri tēnei no te taitokero, the centre of the universe. I come from a little place called Orakei, right in the middle of the far, far north. My day job, I'm a CE of a taitokero-based investment connector, where we look to pair capital with cool kaupapa in te taitokero. In recent years, we've found ourselves working alongside of a couple of really neat kaupapa that have taken us across the country, namely Y262, which is a environmental constitutional reform piece of work. So if you don't know it, Google it, get on with it, because it's going to hit us soon. Yeah, just reflecting on Dylan's kōrero, look, I guess my opening remark would be, yep, have a look at what government's doing, but don't wait for it to lead. And I tautoko sen, the leadership comes from this room. Look for the excuse to create the excuse to invest. That's your power. I'm not interested in, and as Shami says, policy, all the guardrails, they're in place now. Those aren't our excuses anymore. What we have to do is think about how we collectivise our pūtea and make it last as long as we need it to, and target it in the places that need it most first. And I'm sure there's smart people in the room that can figure out how to make money off that. And we don't have to be all focused on what we can't do, because actually the stars are quite aligned for us to step out as a collective and say, well, this is what is possible. Other parts of the world do it. So I'm kind of really excited too that we're at this place of, no, my solution's better than your solution. The other opening remark would be, let's take stock of what is happening around the country, because even though they are small in scale, there's some beautiful place-based solutions that have had significant impact, scalable impact in their little corners of the world. So somebody, don't know who, one of us, all of us, needs to take a look at that and have a look at what the scalable opportunities are. You could go all the way down to Ngaitahu, you could stop off at Ngati Rangatira, and you could come up home and you could see smart people doing really significant housing initiatives in each of those spaces. And I think we're just not looking, and we're not understanding how they've managed to pull these deals together and make them work. And yeah, our 8 mil is a little start, but it's the leadership that we need. So yeah, don't wait. Let's lead. Hopefully we fill out these little things in the round table this afternoon and come up with a really cool way of getting that done.
Thanks for that, Jodi. And the other thing I'd add as well is, now this is not rocket science, right? This is not Peter Beck building a complicated rocket. Housing is actually quite simple, and it's not just solutions that exist in New Zealand. You can look overseas. There's some fantastic solutions overseas as well. We just actually need to make a start and actually start doing some of this kind of stuff. And so a couple of just interesting things that happened in the last month. We've had the Bill English-inspired KO report, which pretty much said everything that we already knew, which is the social housing market in New Zealand is completely dysfunctional. Didn't really say how we're going to solve it that much, but we've also had the May budget, so the first kind of coalition budget has come out. And we heard from kind of Jodi, etc., saying actually we can't rely on the government here, but Shamubeel, I know you've made a few kind of comments on the kind of the May budget and the KO report. I didn't really see anything of that was going to fundamentally change the housing ecosystem in New Zealand, but interested in your perspective of what you saw coming out of the May budget and also the KO report.
It's like the housing deficit. There is a big gap between the political rhetoric and where the money is being spent. So the allocation of money in the housing vote was significantly diminished. The capacity of the public sector that's going to deliver that stuff was significantly diminished. There's a vilification of the KO, rightly or wrongly, which I think sets us up in a very bad place to be able to deliver these things. The challenge, of course, is that we are very quick to look at all the problems, and then we don't go, what are we actually going to do to solve it? And this budget was very much about tax cuts and austerity first, and let's figure out how we're going to fund the promises that we've made later. And that's a little bit of a challenge, because I think when the next budget comes, they're going to find that you still have to provide money for social housing. You're still going to spend a lot of time on housing subsidies. So as you know, we spend somewhere between $4 and $5 billion a year on housing subsidies today. This is before we've actually given everybody what they're entitled to. So the budget, in many ways, was a very strong signal that we want to have austerity, we want to have less government involvement, but we don't know how to solve this bit of the problem, which is about people in poverty and people who don't have sufficient housing. So I feel like we're doing the kinds of policy issues that are really, really positive when it comes to freeing up the guardrails, the policy constraints around housing supply, some of the issues around infrastructure. Those are all good things. Those are not budget things. But in terms of actually putting capital into building of the social houses, building of the rental houses, so the rental subsidies that are going to be needed, those things are not yet there. And that's why this room is so important. The money is not going to come from government, because the reality is that New Zealanders have proven in elections after elections that we would rather have tax cuts than look after poor people. We should not pretend that we are a country who are egalitarian. We should not pretend that we are a country who care about poor people, because I think the evidence has shown that is not the case. But when you create a contract that looks really good, like the income-related rent subsidies, people don't notice, and you can do good by stealth. And I reckon we should do more of that. And that's why, again, I said, the reason I've been involved with community finance from the beginning, the reason why I was involved with New Grant Capital with the Build to Rent, the reason why I was involved with Simplicity is because these are all ideas and projects that can deliver real results. So a very long answer to your question, and you're going to get really pissed off. But the reason I say this is because budgets are just one facet of government. They're not going to be spending money on these problems, but we can focus on the policy stuff from government, ask them of those things, because we can. But in this room, we have a more stable source of capital that is not linked to politics. And I can confidently predict for you, over the course of the coming decades, we're going to see frequent changes of government, frequent changes of policy, and frequent changes of mindset. The less we are dependent on government for these important decisions, the better it will be for our country.
I really don't have anything to add, but Jodi or Sam, do you want to add to that comments at all?
Oh, look, I totally agree with Shamubeel. So one of our mantras is no government in our model. And, look, government used to be the only supplier of big licks of equity capital to make these things happen. That's now changing. We're saving money so we can invest. And off that, you can hang a lot of debt. So, one of the things I think policy-wise, we've got to have an LGFA of community housing. A community housing funding authority would bring hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars of KiwiSaver money into community housing instantly, overnight.
Australia does this already with their affordable housing fund, which is underwritten by government, is massive.
Yeah.
It only needs one simple underwrite for government, which is literally a stroke of the pen that they could sign tomorrow, would have negligible impact on their balance sheet and would unleash significant amounts of private capital into this sector. It is dumb not to do it.
I agree with you.
So I think this is a really good segue into actually the next question. And Sam, you've already kind of touched base on this, but if you look overseas, most foundation endowments, pension plans have around 5 or 10% of their investment allocated to residential property. The single biggest investment class in New Zealand is residential property. Yet the institutional investors largely kind of ignore it, apart from some of the KiwiSaver schemes like Simplicity, etc. So, Sam, why are the institutional investors not investing in this asset class, which is, it's really attractive. It's got good cash flow, strong capital gains, pretty much non-correlated. In the GFC, everyone kept on paying the rent. So why are the institutional investors, the large sort of bank, KiwiSaver funds, etc., not investing in this asset class? And how can we change that dynamic?
Well, it's because if you're a mum and dad investor and you got cheap leverage to buy a house and capital-free gains, tax-free gains, that's a good investment in hindsight. But looking at it right now, it's a lousy investment. If you go and buy a whole bunch of houses and rent them out, you'll get a 2 or 3% yield. You can get 6 or 7% by sticking at any other investment. It's actually quite a lousy investment. It's quite hard as an institutional investor, which is why you have to get involved in playing the scale game so you can eliminate all, the cost of doing it. Because going and buying a house, that means, someone's chosen the sink, someone's chosen the tiles, someone overcapitalized that piece of property in order to give themselves a nice life. I get that. But that's a lousy investment. So we have to build the sort of product that actually makes good financial sense. I'll give you a very good example of this. So at Simplicity Living, the people who are running it, Shane and Anna, who effectively gave us their construction company, they've built 900 homes in New Zealand for the Kiwi Build, biggest builders. When they started out, they offered 4 colour schemes. Guess how many of those 900 people didn't choose white? Everyone chose white, right? So when you're renting a house, when you buy a house, you say, I'm going to move this wall, move this, do the bathroom. When you're renting it, you either like it or you don't, because you can't change it, won't change it. That means you can build in a repetitive way. So look, 2 years from starting, we're now building a house every 1.8 days. And our intention is to build that up to 3 a day. And you can do that because we're not in the construction business, we're in the production business. We could be producing a car or any other widget. It just so happens that you do it at scale. And I think that's the key to this room, because this room can provide the money to allow the scale delivery. And with that comes efficiency, just like any other product, just like any other manufacturing process.
And I've got a few very technical handwritten questions coming through as well. And this one actually relates to just what you're saying, which is, whenever we talk to KiwiSavers, they use a number of excuses about why they're not investing in housing. And liquidity is one. They're like, it's not a liquid asset. We can't invest into it. So, Sam, you guys invest in it. I know a number of other KiwiSavers do as well. What's stopping the rest?
Yeah, look, I think their compliance departments may be telling them that, but it's not true. I mean, in KiwiSaver, there's net inflows every day. There's no liquidity issue there. But I understand why at the fund manager level, they get told, oh, this is a liquidity issue. It's also the government and an FMA have got a responsibility here. They need to signal that it's okay to invest in these things. In fact, we were talking about this morning, weren't we? In New Zealand, the average unlisted investment by QS is less than,
Alternative investment is less than 1%.
and the
in
average,
OECD is 15%.
right. So regulators around the world have got really comfortable with the fact that you can own illiquid investments. And listen, we have our challenges there too. But so the regulators and the government have just got to give permission to the managers to do this, because they're scared right now, because what they hear is we're very nervous and upset about all of this.
And also, it's important to clarify that we don't need a regulatory change, because our regulation is actually very permissive. What we need is our regulator to give guidance to say this is a way you can manage your liquidity risk. That is all that is required. And in fact, we see this in multiple areas of regulation in New Zealand, where we try to go, look, we're an outcomes-based or whatever-based regulator, like you will have a safe workplace, but we won't tell you if you've done your job, right? How much is enough effort to know you've done your duties? And the same thing applies in the financial market space, where we've got these regulations that are quite permissive in many ways, but then they won't tell us where the boundaries are. They won't tell us how much liquidity is enough liquidity. Do you need to have 100% of your asset base that's liquid, or is it 80%, or is it 50%, or is it 20%? And I think our regulators can be more grown up, they can mature, and I think that's something that we should absolutely ask for as an industry, not because it's, it's because it's in our interest to be able to invest in these other things that give us access to other ways of investing. The thing that Sam mentioned, which is really important, the reason why fund managers also find it difficult to invest in housing is because the marginal investor is somebody who can borrow 80 to 100% of the property value. Most fund managers will only gear it up to about 30%. So you just don't get the same level of leverage on the returns. So the numbers don't add up. But there's no reason why it can't. I think the reason why we have to be involved in this is if you cast your mind forward for the next 30 years, and that's exactly what happens with the build-to-rent sector and the REIT sector generally, is over a period of 30 years, the beauty of it is the compound returns, the certainty of returns, the certainty of low vacancy, and the certainty of at least inflation protection on your asset value is extraordinary. It is almost a sure bet, and we should be piling in.
And just to use a number to show that, so we forecast an IRR on our build-to-rent program of 11 to 14% over 10 years, and that is with very low volatility. That's a great investment. It's hard to do. You've got to vertically control the whole thing, from buying the property to managing it, renting it, but the returns justify it.
And Jodi, I know it's hard to get a word in with these two famous opinionated people next to us, but you know, the iwi in our region, when we talk to them, they're all developing their housing strategies. They're all starting to invest into housing opportunities on their own land and try and bring their people kind of back for those housing opportunities. But they're all struggling about how we can actually access that finance. In particular, some of the kind of challenges around, we've lost our land once. Why we're not going to give security to the big Australian banks again and risk losing it again. So, Jodi, what are you seeing in that space, in particular, ability to kind of co-invest alongside Māori and iwi in terms of their housing aspirations as well?
Yeah, can I just come back to the comment around the regulators? They'll peak up the closer to the thresholds you get. So we need to be encouraged, we need to be brave in this room to push those boundaries. They're quiet because they can be. So if we don't continue to create solutions that start to make them feel a little bit uncomfortable, they're not going to move. So it's just another excuse for them to continue to behave in the way that they do at the moment. In the not just iwi space, but Māori space, I can see a lot of really exciting solutions coming through. We all know, well, assuming we are aware of the issues around whenua Māori, and lending on whenua Māori and the restrictions that are there. But look, there's some really cool innovations coming through that we're seeing in the north, and there are workarounds, and it really is up to the financial institutions determining how much risk they want to take. Risk in terms of, their kind of their own standards, really. I mean, how many rules are you just willing to break? The set of rules that we have, but they're done, and we need to adjust them if we are to accommodate or solution at that end of the scale of care that that we need to pay attention to in this country. That isn't going to be done with the existing financial tools that we have.
We don't have a shortage of capital in this country.
No.
It's just a misdirection.
It's moving it.
Exactly.
Actually, can I give you one example where I think that's really cool with iwi is, is the idea of leasehold land. Because if you're a developer and you want to buy a piece of leasehold land to sell a $5 million apartment, that buyer doesn't want to buy a leasehold property. New Zealanders don't get that, don't understand that. But an institutional buyer building rental or social housing should, in theory, be perfectly happy with a 125-year lease. So there is a beautiful marriage of the iwi's intentions there and the housing providers' intentions. And that's a mindset that we can get into that I don't think private developers can.
Yeah, I spent many years in the Pacific, and this is one of the beauties of Fiji, where they've got such a high rate of native land title retained, because they decided back in 18 whatever to set a boundary or set a rule that there'd been nothing less than X% of native land entitlement, and everything is leasehold there.
And that's cool, because as individuals, we don't like owning leasehold land.
No.
But as an institution, it's just a financial asset.
Yeah.
It de-emotionalizes it. And that means you can amortize the asset. We're already having discussions with 2 iwi on this, by the way, about 150-year leases on land or 175-year leases on land. And from our point of view, we just amortize the asset over the life of that and give it back to you. And it's everyone wins. Everyone wins. It's, yeah.
I can, the other really cool initiative from the previous government was the investment in the Māori housing kaupapa. So 4 across the country, all different prototypes. But we can't throw those babies out with the bathwater. Like, they're brilliant and they are place-based. What they don't have is security of funding. You could literally walk in and take pace of the Crown right now, because they're all worried about their future, but doesn't mean their solution has changed. Tairāwhiti, they've got an end-to-end. Old Willie Te Aho has created factories, he's got workforce, he's got land purchases up in the far north. We've got Te Pauhei. It's not even an iwi-based kaupapa, it's a collective Māori kaupapa. So if you're an Ahu Whenua Trust, if you're an individual whānau, you may have seen something on the news recently with one of the very first papakainga, a whānau of 7 collectivised and built on their papakainga. You know, there's amazing initiatives that will basically lose their funding as a result of the budget. And what we could do, it could be a really cool opportunity for this room to jump in and keep it going.
I think this is the challenge with pilots. We're a country that's very good at pilots. We have a lot of pilots.
Very bad at them.
Well, no, we run lots of pilots. There is no shortage. I mean, and I evaluate lots of pilots, so keep that coming as a consultant. Pays the bills. But the reality is that, even when we find that a pilot did really well, there is no intent to turn it into a scalable solution.
Yes.
And the challenge with, the political incentives are, it's a 3-year cycle and it's a 3-year incentive, right? I want to cut the ribbon on the pilot, but that's it. I don't want to make it a big thing. And again, the invitation for the capital in this room is the pilot has been proven. Why does it need to be government that scales it? In fact, when we can take it out of the hands of government, that's where the beauty happens. You get the benefit, the society gets the benefit. It's that win-win we can create without always being stuck at the teat of government. And I think we really do need to move away from it, because this country is not going to be just spending money on everything in the foreseeable future.
Inserting ourselves at the point of that pilot wrapping up and being part of understanding what it's going to take to move it to the future, it's basically protecting it from political instability.
Well, but the thing is, it's really great for government to do the pilots, because that risk is actually really well taken by the government. They can experiment, because you don't know if it's going to work or not. But once you've proven a model, government's done the risk for you. They've done the work. Why does it have to then be scaled up by government? Why is it our natural solution is the next step this is where private capital steps in to scale it up, because the solution is proven. The part of it, of course, is we haven't done good evaluations. We haven't actually created an investable proposition that comes out of it. Those are things that we can do, but it's all part and parcel of, is this the pipeline of where those ideas come from? One of them. But there are also all these existing solutions that are there. So it is all of those things. In the Māori space, I think one of my big frustrations is we keep on thinking that we need to create a new mortgage. Our banks are humongous. They spend billions of dollars every year in lending money to New Zealanders. Why can't that include whenua Māori?
I can see Barry getting a bit antsy over there, and I know it's been some interesting discussion, and we're not going to have a chance to go through all kind of the questions, but really, just a big hand of applause to kind of the panelists, and I'm sure we've got questions afterwards, so please ask.
As Alastair said, we nearly got through half of it. Yeah, that panel could have continued for a lot longer. It was a fascinating discussion. So please give them another round of applause. That was really great. So for the next panel on renewables, will the panelists please go and get your mics from over there? So that's Bill, John, and Matthew. While we swap over, we're going to have a short video just to kind of fill in with this mic swapping. And it comes from a guy called Kingsmill Bond. Any of you know Kingsmill Bond? He's this fantastic expert at Rocky Mountain Institute. And he's really on top of what's happening globally on renewable energy. So let's roll into this video and hear from Kingsmill Bond around what the future of the transition from fossil fuels to renewables looks like.
Contrary to popular belief, things are changing, still changing extremely quickly. So it is a question of exponential growth of new energy technologies of solar and wind and batteries, and electric vehicles and digitization, continuing to grow extremely quickly and disrupting the incumbent system. And the key reason why the 2020s is very exciting is because this is the pivot decade, the decade where all of the growth of energy demand comes from renewables, and therefore fossil fuel demand starts to decline. And what's particularly exciting about these modular renewable technologies is that they're on learning curves whereby their costs are falling by around 20% for every doubling of deployment. And in the meantime, their deployment is doubling more or less every 2 years in the case of solar, every year in the case of batteries, every 3 years in the case of wind. And therefore, this is a movie we've seen before so many times in finance of rapidly growing superior technology having capacity to push out the old system. What I find very strange about this energy transition and what contrasts from other technology shifts that I've seen is that normally as you have a technology shift, people get it quite quickly. They see the rise of the internet, the decline of the postal system, or the decline of the old retail system, or the old media system, and they exit the old and they reallocate their capital to the new. And that is starting to happen. What's particularly worrisome about this transition is the huge amount of capital tied up in the fossil fuel system. So there's about $50,000 billion of fossil fuel fixed assets out there. All of that stuff, without exception, will be gone within 30 years because it's going to get outcompeted. And the problem for investors is they've got so much money tied up in this old system, which is looking increasingly fragile. So in many ways, it's holed below the waterline, where you've got superior, cheaper, faster technologies, which are starting to replace it. The key point that we want to make to investors is don't, it's a good idea to put money into the renewable energy revolution because that's where the future lies, and there are opportunities as well as many risks there. But the easiest thing to do, as Warren Buffett said, is to shoot the horse. That is to say, get out of the old system, which is facing catastrophic and terminal decline.
So that's a pretty sobering message to start off this great panel. It's a panel on renewable energy, and thank you to John Campbell, who just dubbed it the solar panel. So panelists, come up to the stage. Please, I want to introduce the facilitator, Terina Williams. Terina, Senior Investment Strategist on Sustainable Investment for Guardians of the New Zealand Superannuation, better known as the Super Fund. Welcome to Terina.
Where are you going?
I stole your mic. Oh, you got one?
Blinded here.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I was expecting a little podium, but sitting down feels great as well. I am looking for our extra 10 minutes that the previous panel was afforded. We're here for 30 though, so we're going to make the most of it, and I'm going to start my timer now. Tēnā rā koutou katoa e rauranga tirama, kua tatu mai nei i runga te kaupapa o te hui nei. I te tuatahi e mihi atu ki Ngati whātua Orakei, nā koutou I manaaki a tātou katoa, so mihi atu ki a koutou. He uri tēnei no Ngati Hine, rongo mai wāhine Waikato Huki, ko Terina Williams tōku ingoa. So, kia ora everyone. Welcome to the second panel session today on scaling up investments in renewable energies. My name is Terina Williams. I'll be facilitating this discussion. We have a great lineup today, but I'm going to first start off by describing what this space really looks like. The International Energy Agency describes New Zealand as a success story for the development of renewable energy. This is attributed to New Zealand's abundant natural resources, world-class technologies, and a national ethos of sustainability. Those are all akin to Dylan's previous comments. They all provide strong tailwinds for this industry, for renewable energy investment in New Zealand. However, beyond these tailwinds, we still require investment. In actuality, we require a ramping up of investments. So here to provide some colour to the discussion, some insights. We're afforded the opportunity today to hear insights from these three rangatira, from these three chiefs. We have Matthew Ward, Bill Murphy, and John Campbell. Please introduce yourself to the audience, gentlemen.
Cool.
Matt.
I'll start. Thanks, Terina. You did warn us that you were highly organised, so I've never seen someone put the cell phone down. So there's 28 minutes and 11 seconds to go, guys, just in case you were wondering. Yeah, my name's Matt Ward. Only my mother calls me Matthew. I'll have to make sure I tell people that better in the future. Yeah, so I'm the CEO of SolarZero. We are a company that was established about 30 years ago. We are now owned by BlackRock. They bought us in 2022. Our purpose is to accelerate New Zealand's energy transition and save New Zealanders dollars along the way. It's a really key part of our value system that the energy transition is a just transition. We know that there's a lot of capital to be deployed, and just like the digital transition, there's a real risk that certain sectors of society may be left behind if we do not do it well, and that's why capital plays such an important part in that. One of our values is also kaitiakitanga as well. You know, we firmly believe that we need to leave New Zealand in a better place than when we found it. Yeah, so we do 1 in every 2 solar and battery installations across the country, and we do that via a subscription model. Effectively, we solve the upfront capital problem for Kiwis. The solar system is about 25 grand to install, and so we create that in terms of a zero upfront solution. We own the solar panels and the hardware, we maintain it, we insure it, and the customer enters into a 25-year relationship with us. So just like funding social housing and things, very, very long dated recurring cash flows and great to invest in behind. You might have seen us recently. We also use our solar panels and batteries not just to look after our customers at homes, but also the national grid. On the 10th of May, when we were running out of power, we actually injected 30 megawatts into the national grid to support the country. We didn't get paid for it because actually the regulations haven't kept up with technology, but one day when they will, then that will become quite a profitable thing for us too. Yeah, that's probably it for me from an intro.
Thanks, Matt. Bill?
Great, thank you. I'll be relatively brief because I think a lot of you here already know what Purpose Capital is and already know me. So Purpose Capital is an impact investment fund, one of the first and unfortunately still one of the very few impact investment funds in New Zealand. Come on, everybody, let's get some more of this going on. We are a $22 million fund, but we have $45 million of assets under management now. Oftentimes what we do is we'll go into an investment opportunity, we'll lead the due diligence, we'll set the terms of the opportunity, and then we'll turn to a whole range of values-based co-investors to invest alongside us in investments. One of the reasons I was asked to be up here, no doubt, is that we are a large investor in Lodestone, which is the largest utility scale solar developer in New Zealand, private solar developer. We raised I'm looking at Nick in the audience, 17.8, Nick? No, nailed it. A $17.8 million syndicate to invest in Lodestone. We Purpose Capital are only able to be a small part of that because of our capital base. And I do want to shout out to Fisher Funds who have invested in the most recent round. Great to see the institutional market starting to respond to the opportunity in renewables. That's really excellent to see. Purpose Capital invests in a range of different things, not just renewables. We're also invested in housing and also a primary industry sector. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. John?
Working everyone? Yeah. John? Everyone can hear me? Yep. Okay, good, great. Hi, John Campbell, founder and CEO of Our Energy. We are a purpose-built and dedicated energy sharing platform. So we've sort of pioneered an approach in New Zealand around matching supply and demand of renewable energy on a half-hourly basis. We're also just currently building out New Zealand's first local flexibility market, which I can talk a bit about later. And we recently have been involved in the deployment of New Zealand's first community battery as well. And we're really about households, businesses and communities participating in our electricity market, not just being consumers at the end of the line. Small, we've often been capital constrained in about our 8-year journey to date. So yeah, can certainly talk to the ups and downs of that type of journey. But yeah, 24 communities on our platform at the moment and looking at growth over the next few years. So yeah, exciting times.
Cheers, thanks, John. We're going to kick things off with our solar panel today and start with Matt. Hopefully you can lay some foundations for the discussion. First question is, how important is capital to your business model?
Capital is integral to our business model. Effectively, I often describe us as the intersection between sort of smart technology and capital. But if all we had was the smart technology, we'd just be selling solar panels and batteries to the rich end of town, and we'd be doing 20 a month. Whereas we do 400 a month and we sell right across the demographic index in New Zealand. So we have customers in every corner of New Zealand, top of New Zealand to the bottom, to the side, you name it. And as I said before, we solve the capital problem for our customers. It certainly hasn't been easy. I think there are certain financial constructs that are fairly well understood. So say Lodestone, a solar farm, it's quite well understood. You can apply project finance principles to it, and you can bring capital that are used to funding prisons and schools under PPPs and things, and they kind of get it. Whereas the energy transition using distributed energy resources, participating in virtual power plants, that's slightly different. And so for us, we've been utterly blessed to have BlackRock invest in us in 2022 because they see the energy transition. They've invested in grid scale batteries, virtual power plants right throughout the globe. It was really difficult actually getting capital in New Zealand. So Stephen Tyndall was one of our original founders or funders rather, and as was Pen Caro. But that next step up from a New Zealand business going from sort of an EV of 100 mil to 500 mil, we did find quite challenging, if I'm honest. We actually get our mezzanine funding from NZGIF, which is obviously the New Zealand government's green investment bank, and I must say they have been absolutely fantastic. They absolutely do fill a void that was clearly missing in the New Zealand debt capital markets. Our prior bankers at a senior level were Westpac, but they struggled to really get their heads beyond the customer-related cash flows and fund the battery or the virtual power plant-related cash flows. Whereas NZGIF have seen what's happened offshore, particularly in Australia with the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, and they can see how you can monetize the batteries. So we participate in what's called the reserves market. We did a winter peaking trial last year with Orakei. We now use our batteries for energy arbitrage. So those super peaks you see when it's like $2,000 a kilowatt hour, we've kind of got these algorithms doing those things. And NZGIF, they see that and they're prepared to fund it. And then at a senior sort of debt level, we were using Westpac and now Société Générale, obviously based out of France, and they're introducing insurance and other pension funds. And the key reason we use SocGen is because the amortization period for the local banks was effectively 10 years. Our contracts with our customers are actually 25 years, and so all of our repayments are scheduled over 25 years. But all the local banks effectively wanted us to repay the debt in 10 years, which you do the math, it doesn't quite work. Whereas the overseas banks and pension funds were prepared to invest with a longer amortization period. So I think capital is absolutely integral to us. I think long-dated capital is essential. And I think we're about to go through one of the biggest transitions that any of us will ever see in our lifetime. Like, think about when we were kids growing up and we were using video cassettes and now we're on phones. The same's going to happen with energy. Like, you're not going to have to rely on stuff being from a hydro dam over some power lines. It's just not the way it's going to be. So the returns are definitely there and the opportunities are definitely there.
Cheers. Thanks, Matt, for those insights. This is an opportune time to bring Bill into the conversation. The government's been talking a lot about PPPs. The previous panel has as well. They're talking about PPPs needing to provide the massive amount of funding for investments in renewable energies. Matt's highlighted how important capital is. There's obviously a need for it, but what attracts an impact investor like Purpose Capital to make that investment as a private investor for these PPP projects?
Sure. Well, I certainly can talk most knowledgeably about what attracts an impact investor to a project like Lodestone, for instance. But the critical factor is what's it going to take to attract institutional money, because Purpose Capital and impact investment in New Zealand is very, very small. We're a risk-adjusted return, full financial return fund. We have to be, otherwise we couldn't raise money in New Zealand. Investors in New Zealand are not willing to invest for concessionary return and impact at this point. So we're a full financial return fund. So we have to do the due diligence that any investor would do on an investment opportunity. But because we have that heart for the impact, and we know how important it is to drive down emissions as quickly as possible now, that's an added incentive for us to obviously look at an investment opportunity like Lodestone. The other part of it is we recognize that money like ours is extremely precious. It's because it's catalytic money. It'll go in to a project at a time when institutional and other investors may not be willing or able to go in. And Lodestone is proving out to be a great example of that, because when we invested at Series B, the company has now raised a Series C and gone on to raise a lot more capital and got institutional investment, and it's going on to raise another. So people like Sir Stephen Tyndall, Sam Morgan, who were the investors in the earliest stages, and ourselves at that next stage, are critically important in these types of projects to get them off the ground, prove them out a bit, and then be able to attract an institutional investment. I can't speak very authoritatively about what it's going to take to drive the amount of PPP projects the government is talking about. It wants to support. There's a lot of things that need to be done in order to attract those kinds of financiers into New Zealand, not least of which is the government itself sending some consistent messages to the market, which we get, right? Last time we had a mindful money, we were under another government, which was sending some messages. This government is sending other messages. There's no long-term planning. And so if you're looking to attract significant, serious overseas money into infrastructural projects in New Zealand, 38 billion is required for renewable energy in New Zealand. The government certainly has a role to play, as do the banks. They talk about having green finance products now. Love to see those more active and love to see those increase in size. So yeah, some thoughts on that.
Cheers, thanks, Bill. John, can you add some contrast to the conversation? There have been several headlines around public and private participation. They speak to the supply side of things. What about the demand side? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think that's it's a great angle to go. And you know, if we look back at the past, century of what we've done, it's really been about building supply and, to match demand. Yeah. And actually the challenge we're moving into in this energy transition that Kingsmill Bond spoke about is really actually matching demand to meet what is going to be intermittent supply. Yeah, so it's a fundamental change in how we do things, and I think that's where the opportunity is. Certainly, it's not to say that what SolarZero and Purpose Capital and Lodestone likes are not necessary. They absolutely are. We need to build more supply to deal with the electrification of our economy. But if we're not also investing in what we call the demand side, where the communities, the businesses, the households are, those people who actually use the stuff at the end of the line, we're missing the big investment opportunity in my view.
And could I also say, we're also missing an opportunity to create a more human-centered world. Mass utility scale solar, so this is one of the reasons I really like what you're doing a lot. Being able to give communities the ability to generate their own power and then the utilization and sharing of that. It does take us back to a day when we lived in neighborhoods and we lived in villages, and that is where we are going again, one way or another. We are going there. And so, yeah, the work that you guys are doing, it's tough right now because we live under a different model, but it's a really important contribution.
No, I made a note actually earlier, that's very much about we are headed back to the future, and we've sort of forgotten that because we've all grown up and lived in an economy and in a society that's been based on the supply side. Yep. But it's, we are very much, back to the future. And most of human civilization has been like that. That's right. The last 100 years is a bit of an abstraction, actually.
It's interesting. I had a coffee with Simeon Brown about 2 weeks ago, and obviously he's the Minister of Transport, and I think a lot of people think about investments in energy as similar to transport, right? So population grows, the Southern Highway goes from 3 lanes to 4 lanes to 5 lanes, because we all get up at 6:30, we all drive to work at 7, and we get to work at 9, and then on the other end of the day it's 5 to 7. Energy is completely different. Like, we can literally generate and store electrons. So actually the key thing we do at SolarZero is flexibility. So we actually completely make demand elastic for a customer. Our customers don't even touch the grid at peak times. So I agree with you, John. That is the key. So we're at real risk in New Zealand if we just continue the traditional way of investing in energy, which is build lots of poles and wires. We will overcapitalize because we'll be building just for peak periods. Instead, if you use batteries, you use flexibility, incentives and things for customers to move consumption from peak to off-peak, you'll significantly reduce the level of investment required. And I think that's the transition which we need to go through. So it's not just finding the technology and the capital, it's actually also the regulations and the markets as well, which I think is a key theme as well from the previous panel too.
Yeah, just Tarina, sorry, I'll
No,
just add to that.
carry-
So if you're a real geek, you can go back and read the literature around how they designed our electricity markets back in the 80s and 90s. And, you know, they actually saw, when you read that stuff, they really saw the demand side as absolutely critical. So flexibility that Matt's talking about is absolutely critical to making the market work effectively. You know, like it wasn't viewed as sort of a nice to have, it was viewed as absolutely essential. And yet we haven't built it in yet.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the opportunity, the wettle for this room, I think.
Kia ora, John and Matt. You've actually answered one of our audience questions, so I'm
sorry.
grateful for that. Another question that I have for the panel, for everyone, you kind of spoke about it previously, Matthew. The previous panel spoke to it, but how can we change the investment horizon to enable an energy transition? That's often seen as a barrier to accelerate or to upscale investment. So how can we, what do we need to change? How can we change that?
Do you want to take this one first, or you want me to go?
No, you go for it.
Okay. Well, I am merely a humble CEO, so how we can change the investment horizon is probably the discussion for the people that are running the funds. But I think, from my experience, I used to work at Macquarie, investment horizons are always dictated by confidence levels. So, you know, we would, back in the day at Macquarie, invest in toll roads and airports and things because it was a well-accepted asset class. You know, a good credit on the back of it, and so therefore you were happy to lend, you know, to longer duration, and you're also happy with the liquidity risk around it. So I was absolutely amazed to hear the previous panel say that we've got 1% alternative investments in New Zealand versus 10 to 15% overseas.
Yep.
We absolutely need to redress that, because that's what infrastructure effectively is and how it will be funded. You know, we have a $40 billion energy infrastructure upgrade ahead of us in the next 7 years, and it's actually a golden opportunity for, you know, KiwiSaver investors and New Zealanders to invest in our transition. You know, I'm eternally grateful for the fact that BlackRock have invested in us, and obviously SocGen and BlackRock are raising a fund, and they're going to bring in some local instos, which is great. But we really need to get Kiwis investing in, you know, Kiwi energy upgrades, and I'd love nothing more than to see that.
Bill?
We're a 10-year fund going to market with an impact fund. We had to model ourselves like a private equity fund or a VC fund. Those investors want liquidity within a time frame. We hope to maybe be able to get a bit more leeway in our next fund, but if we can't, then we need to have funders like banks, like institutional investors that can come in and have the ability to take a longer time frame. And the KiwiSavers and others that argue about the liquidity issue, no question the regulator needs to be more active in that area, but you know, I think the emperor's got no clothes on with that one. You know, I really think that they could be doing a lot more than they currently are doing.
Thanks. John, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, probably not, actually. I think the man, Bill, yeah,
Well
summed
done.
up that question well. So.
Awesome. I'm going to open our time now to our audience questions that have been handed to moi. The first one reads, does the electricity market need reform to boost renewable energy sources?
Well, someone knew I was going to be on this panel, didn't they?
And lower wholesale prices for consumers. John, since you've given us the
Yeah,
attitude.
look, yeah, I love this question. Sorry, guys, I'll take this if you don't mind. Yeah.
You got 7 minutes and 14 seconds.
7 minutes and 14 seconds, okay. Well, look, I'll just keep it high level then at this stage. I mean, enormously frustrating thing from my perspective is at a political and economic discourse level, we talk about, you know, in electricity and energy, the market deciding. And in electricity and energy, markets didn't just appear. Yeah, they're not a natural phenomenon. They were invented. So the electricity market is an intervention in itself. So if we want to change it, we can change it. Yeah. So yeah, I really think we really need to focus on that, both as investors and at government level about that, because yeah, affordability has gone worse, emissions have gone up, and productivity has sort of been declined or flat, all while our electricity market design has been broadly the way it has been for the last 20, 25 years. Now, that's not success. So, yeah, we really do need to look at how we've designed it.
And could I add to that? I'm going to go into the provocative part of the panel discussion, because I just want to make sure that we have time for me to stick this one in. So if you look at emissions around the world, now we can talk about, and of course we should think about New Zealand, 85, 87% renewable now. Aren't we fantastic? Aren't we lucky that there's only 5 million of us and we have a whole bunch of rivers that we've dammed? But anyway, we're at that level of renewables, and we could potentially be the first country to get near to 100%. All of that is great, but the issue is we live within a global climate, right? So that's great. We do that in New Zealand. Around the world, fossil fuel emissions continue to rise. Which we're building solar panels and wind farms like there's no tomorrow. But fossil fuel emissions have not decreased. They have slightly in the US and they have slightly in Europe, but of course they're increasing dramatically in India and China. So, my provocative question to us all is, can we build enough renewable with the way that we currently live? Can we build enough renewable energy to satisfy the kind of energy demand that we currently have, particularly developed countries? We can't. So the real challenge for us, and we have smart people that'll develop more efficiency with electricity and a whole bunch of demand management processes as well, which is great. But around the world, it's not possible for us to build enough renewable. We have to, particularly in the developing world, we have to change the way that we live. Energy demand must decrease significantly to get us back within planetary boundaries. So that's my provocative thought at the moment.
Matt.
Yeah, there's a few things to say, isn't there? I think I said it before that we've got a $40 billion investment required in the energy sector in the next 6-7 years. It's interesting, actually, only 10 billion of that is actually in the generation part. And that's the part that actually gets most of the media. So the National Party sort of campaigned on, facilitating fast-track consent for solar farms and the like. The bit that people aren't paying enough attention to, in my mind, is the other 30 billion that we need to spend on transmission, i.e. what Transpower manage, and then also the distribution networks. If you go home and you plug in your EV, that's the same as 3 or 4 house loads worth of power at that time. So when we talk about markets, we can't afford to go and build an energy infrastructure that enables everybody to come home and charge their cars at 6 p.m. Like, it will simply be unaffordable. We've got to solve this trilemma of being green, affordable, and reliable. So hence the markets have got to promote the right incentives. You're starting to see now things like hours of free power and that sort of thing, but that's just the start. We need to encourage consumers to be more vocal and more active in the energy market as opposed to passive recipients. And we need to get the incentives right, because right now there's no incentive when you get home, really, to not charge your EV at 6 p.m. The only incentive you have is maybe to do it at 9 o'clock or something. So that sort of time of use, rewarding people for taking positive action is really essential, and we need to get that right at a policy level and a market level.
Now, it's worthwhile pointing out that other governments and other jurisdictions elsewhere in the world are being very active in this space and getting results. So I'm not quite sure why, and it's not picking out particular shade of government now or anything. It's a trend across 20-30 years in New Zealand. Not quite sure why we think being inactive is going to produce similar results here.
Thank you for those thought-provoking statements, everyone. Given you have the mic, given the audience, and given we have 1 minute left, do you have any concluding statements, concise statements for everyone to take away?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can just start. Transition, is about decarbonisation, and so building renewable supply is absolutely critical. But I think the key thing I want to people to take home is around really thinking about how are we decentralising, how are we digitalising, and how are we democratising, what we're doing, as well. It's not just about decarbonisation. If the transition is actually about all of those things grouped together.
Cool.
And do we have any more time?
Yeah, you got
10 seconds.
10 seconds will be great.
With the last panel talked a lot about solutions. Fantastic. Obviously, we invest in solutions, but I think we're at a point now where it's also really important that we clearly identify the problems, and not just madly try to throw solutions at things. And the problem I hinted before, one of the problems, which is the level of energy demand that we put on the earth, and there are others, the way capital markets work, the economy, et cetera. So the solutions are super important. We're so totally focused on that, but I also really encourage everyone to continue to really think about what's the core problems, what is creating the climate crisis that we have and the social crisis.
Thank you, Bill. Matt, I can give you 5 words if you'd like.
I would just say the future is here now. We all talk about the energy transition as being ages away. It's not. We can save 95% of households $200 to $400 per annum of their power bill now. Solar panels and batteries prices have come off so much in the last 2 years, and they're only going to accelerate. So it's not the future, it's now, it's easy. The tech's not scary. We just need the capital and the regs and stuff to catch up.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Everyone, a round of applause for our panel, please. Thank you.
Yo. So now we're at the fun time of the conference. I am going to pass over to our new co-CEO of Mindful Money. Give Kate Vanell a big hand.
Thanks, Barry. That's great. Hasn't that just been so inspiring, those last 2 discussions? There's just so much I'm already thinking about. So the challenge for all of us now in this room is to reflect on what we've heard and then to think about what is it that we think needs to happen or what we are going to do. There are a lot of power makers in this room, as a number of panelists said. So what is it we can do? So the questions are going to be on the thing. About 15 minutes for each question. First one, reflect on the conference discussions and share what are the big takeaway insights for you. Write them down. The facilitator then can read them back at the end. Then the second one is really the so what. Make a suggestion as a table on ways that we can accelerate investing for positive outcomes. I feel like we've got our toes a little bit wet in the water, and I'd like maybe in a couple of years that we're up to our ankles, something like that. How do we get there? How do we just get a bit more invested in all of this? And 15 minutes for each. I will have my little phone and I'm going to have a timer, so I will put the chime bells on after the first 15 minutes. And then we will go round and hear from each table.
Actually, news to you all, 12 minutes, because otherwise drinking time between events is going to be cut short. So you organised in tables with a nominated facilitator. Facilitator's got lots of instructions, and most of them are around making sure you all have a voice. So this is a chance for everyone to have your say. We want to capture these. I'll go into a conference report. So make sure you write stuff down on your own, and then when it comes to kind of building consensus, you contribute your ideas in the second part to the second question. So please approach us with enthusiasm and energy. The people from down here, please come up and join a table. And if you can help fill up some of the tables down this end of the hall, that would be great. Similarly, all you along Shamubeel and Sam and others, your expertise would be really useful. Thank you. So let's go 12 minutes on the first question.
That's great.
Right, if you could just start wrapping up this round, we're nearly at the end of the 12 minutes. Right, okay, that's the end of the first question. So if you could now please turn to the second question, which is the one focused around actions, and I'm going to start another 12 minutes now. Thanks. Thanks.
specifics of that one. I'm sure you. That's excellent. Thank you. Who's next? Oh, Jamie. Yep.
Oh, that's me. So, most important issues that came out, or kind of summary for us, and my synthesis of our tables conversation, was that there's a real perception versus reality on the barriers to more impactful investing for institutional investors. There's clear blinding evidence that this is an obvious and immediately doable thing to do, and it's also clearly and obviously impossible to do. Both of those things can't be true. So what do we do about it? Well, our table thought one of the key things is strategic asset allocation by institutional investors, which then also can be compelled by and requires and benefits intermediation and productization by innovative fund managers. But you get into a chicken and egg situation there where you develop the product, you take it to institutional investors, and there's no compulsion for them to do anything more than what they're currently already doing. So you say, well, you need the strategic asset allocation to go and do that. Go that infinite loop, which I can only, my coward's answer to that is leadership as the circuit breaker for that. That's me.
Good. Nailed it. Thank you. Tom.
Kia ora tātou. So a few things that, as you'd expect, sort of at this table, we were really big on consumer education as definitely one of the solutions, but more on the demand side, and just understanding that both the supply and demand side need to meet at some stage. We're calling for FMA clarity on what KiwiSaver market in particular can do, but also providers needing to push the boat out on the opportunities that there are. We were also wondering whether impact investors, just as being more granular, could pair more with institutional investors in order to pair up and flow capital to where it's needed. Those are the things I'll mention for now. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Look. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Maybe just one issue and one action that we had. We talked a lot, I think, initially stimulated by Dylan's cultural chat about New Zealand and Kiwis. We talked about actually our culture being a little bit of an issue and an impediment to action, and that we are such consensus building people that we end up as boiled frogs on these issues, and they compound over time, and no one really takes any decisive action to jump out of the boiling water. So we thought that was a kind of core issue and theme amongst a lot of the discussion. And then a discrete kind of action I thought was good that we came up with. We agree that government's not the silver bullet solution, but we do think that lobbying the current government would be a bit more, they're more likely to listen to the money and the money in this room. So there is an opportunity for us to communicate that the money is interested in impact, and there is commercial opportunities or commercial returns out there from positive impact initiatives like this.
Really insightful. Thank you. That's good stuff. That boiling water, it's Freddie the Frog who's trying to get out. David.
Kia ora tātou. So what did we hear? We heard a just transition which brings everyone on board, which is patient, locally sourced, demand-driven, and politically stable. And what do we want? A more connected and inspired investment sector with more stable government that uses its balance sheet strategically to de-risk and direct capital to big public challenges.
Oh, that sounds very well worked. Thank you, David. Justine.
Thanks, Barry. So I'll just address question 2 to get people to drinks quicker. We sort of summed it up in terms of the more people do it, the more people will do it. And by people, we mean investors, institutional investors in particular, collectively sharing what we're already doing to make it easier for others to learn and have greater confidence to follow on the same path. One of the sort of a related point that came up was in terms of what's stopping investors now, and there's lots of things we could talk about. How do they move to longer term investment horizons is one of them. But one factor we talked about was the sort of focus on peers, looking over the fence, what are peers doing, this real, apparent real concern around peer risk and peer relative performance across asset allocation, fees, returns. And at some point, I mean, that's a whole topic in itself, but at some point we predict that that will start to be a factor that has positive momentum, if you like. It works in favour, that very soon you'll be looking over the fence and seeing that, at the moment in particular, the specialist providers are starting to do some really interesting things. So, it can be a negative thing, but it could be a positive factor or momentum in the future. Scale is another factor that might enable more action. Seeing some interesting things in the market on that. Just very quickly on terms of how do you normalise impact investing, allocation to positive impact, maybe thinking in terms of moving from impact investing to mainstreaming impact, where impact is a lens, possibly like a dual investment objective across a range of different products might, I think, would be a factor that helps you overcome a lot of the barriers that we address, that we identify.
Thank you. Great. As we're hearing, there's lots of different angles on this and really, really helpful. Jodi.
I'm all about getting to drinks early too, Jess. Lily, you stole our thunder. We reckon we need a myth-busting campaign. It's like our sector's version of the TUI year, right? So everything that we believe is true, we challenge, and we build a campaign that communicates to our country what the possibilities are versus what the restrictions are. So we're joining your little campaign trail. On a more sensible level, there was suggestions around, not that that's not sensible. That's super cool. That's why I led with it, okay? But embedding the allocation of the positive impacts and providing some guidance at the governance level. Catherine made a really cool point, put me in my place a bit, to say it's not that there aren't willing people in these rooms, but there's a board that makes some decisions. So leadership was a theme that came through from us, and they are recipients of that campaign. They are the biggest movers that we would have to shift. So I like that kind of, as a group, we come up with the fact that actually it's a layered behaviour change campaign, really, that we're after.
Good, nice nuance on the theme. Yes, please.
Sorry about that, guys. It was the brave assertion around degrowth and recognising that a change in demand really does need to happen, and to work within that sort of donut economic framework in terms of regulatory boundaries and planetary boundaries. The other point in terms of important issues was around New Zealand allocation to alts, 1% versus the 10 to 15% in other markets, but recognising that liquidity, even though we've spoken about it, is not being an issue, that for some segments of the market it really is, and are trying to address that. In terms of action points, really the most important is to not lose sight of the big picture and a need for valuing human life, trying to incentivize that preventative care model and addressing housing, addressing renewables, addressing these things before they become a problem. And then we ended up joking towards the end that a dictator model might be the most effective way of getting these things done, as opposed to the democracy framework that we work within. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a little controversial. So, table 22, yeah.
Test. Okay, we're at a table of two, very intimate, impact fund first, institutional investor. So, I mean, a truth point is we have these discussions all the time, and funds like Guilty ourselves are happy to sponsor at these events, and we do it year in and year out, and yet we're not willing to put that extra dollar into these impact funds. So what are those barriers? What's perception versus reality, which has already been pointed out? And I guess on the back of one of Sam's comments of that open door policy on his strategies and his projects is, how do we make that more collaborative and mainstream for everyone? Like, how do we set up a platform where we can share, I guess, co-investment opportunities, products and strategies?
Cool. Okay, that's a really insightful one. Thank you. Who's next down here?
Oh, don't know if this is working. Hey, probably
Peter,
echoing a lot of what's been said. A lot of the chat we had was around time horizons. You know, we've got government with short time horizons, banks with short time horizons, and the institutional market with fairly short time horizons as well. And at the risk of also just kind of picking on KiwiSavers, and to echo what Bill said earlier, you know, there's probably a couple of people like me in this room have got 35 years before we retire. Having a good KiwiSaver balance at the end is nice, but in what world are we going to actually spend that money? And you know, I don't want to get to my retirement and then spend all that money trying to survive.
Indeed.
So and the other thing we kind of touched on was just that there is actually a lot of capability and capacity building that is needed, probably both on the institutional investor side, but also from us smaller fund managers that are pitching these funds and making sure that we're pitching them as investable products for these institutional investors.
Yep, down to basics. Yep, great.
Thanks, Barry. Yeah, I think ours was sort of continuing on a bit of a theme, which was, there's quite a lack of capital going into these projects, which have quite a lot of longevity. So trying to educate investors about, the longevity that's required to make meaningful change is potentially one way to sort of tackle that. There was also some comments around, to invest in social housing, how do you measure what sort of impact metrics can you see to really evaluate, what's one really good investment versus another? So maybe some potential increased reporting there. And then also, I guess it's the job of the funds management industry to try and bring these investments into more mainstream decisions so that it's not this sort of niche ESG impact investment decision. It's more of a mainstream. There's bonds, there's green bonds, let's treat them all the same.
Yep.
So they were the main things. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you.
Hi, and I think we're 6 tables from drinks, so this will be really short. We concur with most of what has already been said. So in addition, really the comment that was made, create an excuse to start investing, that was quite pertinent. And then we came up with some brilliant ideas that we said, let's allow KiwiSavers to have 10% in illiquid alternative investments and actually encourage them to also have 10% invested in New Zealand.
Great, thank you. 5 tables from drinks.
Yep. Hello. Sorry. Yeah, very quickly, 1.5% of institutional investment in alternative assets versus 15% is a big issue. It's one that would make a big difference. So our table's call to action is find ways to mitigate the perceived risks for institutional investors and encourage allocation to alternative assets. Rising tide helps all boats.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Go ahead, go.
I don't have my. Kia ora tātou. Yeah, so doing well by doing good is not only possible, but it's a reality and it makes sense as well. I think coming back to an earlier comment before, need to untangle the myths. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors in our industry, so fees are too high. The asset class is too liquid. That's rubbish, we know that. And I think if there's only a 1% allocation across KiwiSaver, for example, just a 2% allocation or a 3% allocation will make a world of difference. From a product perspective, we need the products, and I think the track record will come that'll make it easier. And we need to back diversity, back innovation, back being bold, and people that are doing things that are different. And heads up to Sam Stubbs and simplicity. Yeah, well done.
Cool. Thank you, Matt. Great. Who's next, Joe?
I first of all want to say congratulations on such a great room, Barry. Well done. It gets better every year. So the first 3 things for us on what are the most important issues, the importance of the demand side in the energy transition was a key theme that came up for us. And then I guess going back to Nicola's comments about the contradictory comments that we've heard today, I guess implicit in that we think is having a coherent, robust and enabling policy and regulatory framework, and then part of that obviously is those regulatory signals around liquidity. In terms of what we can all do, so the most important actions, I guess, from this room is what we're talking about, right? So shoot the horse was one. The second one was just, I guess the conversation around government having a role in helping to identify the discontinued businesses and economic activities of the future, but then also needing to have a coherent approach to understanding what the new economic activities and the new kind of solutions are. And so that's about government, right? But what can we do in this room? We can engage. I'm not representing the views of my table here, I'm going off script. We can engage with those processes constructively, especially through our peak bodies and industry associations, to help policymakers, shout out to our colleagues from MB who are here listening today, to get the right ideas about how to move things forward.
Great.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Jack. Great. David.
Tēnā koutou anō. What we heard today was the most important issues and based around those regulatory guidance that Shamubeel talked about. We need some scale opportunities, technology and commercialisation, and we're aware that now, or more aware that there's a lack of private capital. Most important actions, overcoming mainstream New Zealand doesn't really care about these challenges, that there's liquidity restrictions, and again, creating the awareness around the success stories, and with more investable structures and mechanisms to invest. Kia ora.
Great, thank you. And Joe Wickham, you are the lucky last.
No. Is this working? Yeah. The problem with going last is that everyone's stolen your ideas. So I'll keep this brief as well. Probably similar to what Bill mentioned at the start, better storytelling and communications to kind of increase pressure from retail investors on Kiwi savers to invest in this as an asset class, and sort of democratising access to impact investment as an asset class as well for retail investors. I think Dylan talked about as well some New Zealand success stories, Mint Innovation, OpenStar, Dawn Aerospace, those sorts of companies. And I think they aren't success stories yet. They need a huge amount of patient capital to get where they're going. And it would be a tragedy for New Zealand if they didn't get there, not because they failed to do the technically hard thing, but because they didn't have enough capital to get there. So because you gave me the microphone, Barry, I'm going to do a shameless plug for Icehouse Ventures. Something you can do is invest in Icehouse Ventures Growth Fund too. If any Kiwi savers want to talk to us, all of the issues around liquidity, fees, regulatory issues, I'm happy to talk to anyone about those and talk through those so we can get more money to these companies. Thanks.
Very graceful plug there, Joe. Thank you all very much. That's it. There's now a break. Before, I'll just pass over to Kate. As Mindful Money, we're going to follow up on this discussion. We're going to produce a conference report. We kind of see ourselves as having a bit of a community building role around this. We're really looking forward to kind of opportunities to further these discussions. We'd love your suggestions and help to do so. We're going to update our previous research report next year. And we're going to join with Joe Kelly and the folks from Centre for Sustainable Finance and advocating for changes to government rules around some of these things. So without further ado, I'm going to pass back to Kate to close us off and move on.
Okay, kia ora, and thank you to Barry. So on behalf of Mindful Money, I just want to express our huge thanks to everyone today, to Dylan Lawrence, who gave a fantastic opening speech, to two fantastic panels. I thought they were absolutely awesome, actually, really well facilitated, and I thought every panelist was super. I want to also acknowledge the work that Barry Coates has put into making this happen tonight. And I know he says he doesn't need any thanks, but yeah. It's really, honestly, hours, weekends that Barry does it because he loves it. Thank you to everybody here. I thought all of the outputs were, really insightful, and we will be writing the report. So thank you also for your very active participation. I want to thank our headline sponsor, New Zealand Super Fund. And also all the other sponsors who have helped to make today happen. So Foundation North, thank you. Artesian, Bay Trust, Booster, Craig's, Foundation North, Generate, Milford, Moneyworks, Newground, Trust Management, Stewart Investors, First Sentier. And also we have a number of supporting partners for Mindful Money, Sustainable Business Network, Minter Ellison Rudd Watts, Whakatupu Foundation, Responsible Investing, Association Australasia RIA, Impact Investment Network, and the Centre for Sustainable Finance. Thank you so much for all the support you give to Mindful Money. We are a small team, but thanks to your support, we are managed to do quite a lot. I also want to give one shout out to all the journalists here today. You are playing a really essential role in Aotearoa at the moment, and I think what you are doing, you are helping to translate messages from today into the more mainstream. That is so powerful, it's so valuable. We need you, we really do. Last thank you is to the Mindful Money team, Karen Swainson, Operations Manager, Olive Coulson, Marketing Manager, who is really, a big shout out to Olive because she's really carried today's event. Again, a lot of midnight hours. Huge amount of organisation. We've also got Frank Auriga Powell, who's recently joined us as Data Officer, Shannon Barnes, who's our researcher, and our great volunteers today, Grace Yuen and Shanina Silva. They've been super helpful and volunteer their time, so thank you for that. Right, okay, we've got a chance now to network. I think we'll kick off the awards at about 5:30. So please try to be promptly back at 5:30. But for now, please relax and network. Thank you.
Just one last thing. If you bought a conference ticket and you want to stay for the awards, please feel free to do so. Go and see the people at the table. Go and see people at registration. Thank you.
Kia ora. Oh yes. Hello. Right, everybody, if you could start to make your way to sit down. I know we're all having a really nice time talking, but if a few of you could start to, yeah, haere mai, come on, please come and sit down, because we are going to kick off bang on the dot. We good. Yeah, if a few more of you could start to be the leaders and bring this so we can get the awards underway, and then we can get back to more celebrating. Yeah. Hello. Right. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Where's find her. Yes. Yes. Right. Please, if you could start making your way to the tables. This is a vain thing. Right, we're getting very close to starting. If you could please make your way to the tables. I know I need a bell. Right. If we could all just, yeah, if you could make your way to the tables, please. Right. I know we're all keen to get on with more networking, so if we could all come and make our way to the tables, then we can get the awards underway, and then we can do more partying. Yeah. Right. Has everybody got a seat? Is everybody sitting down? Right. I think we'll get this party underway in the celebration. So, nau mai, haere mai to the Mindful Money Awards. Ko Kate Venel, aho, co-CEO of Mindful Money. I'm very privileged to be adding my small efforts to the unique and single-minded force that is Barry Coates, and the fantastically enterprising Mindful Money team of Karen, Olive, Shannon, and Frank. A big welcome if you're joining us at this point. I'm very sorry you missed a fantastic conference. Next year, book both. And welcome back if you were at the conference. I think it was a really vintage conference myself. Really great panel speakers and a lot of good kōrero. Yeah, so as I said, we'll be continuing the networking after the awards down there, but also for anybody who can, we'll be going on to the Parasol and Swing Bar, which is just round at the viaduct. It's kind of funny. When I wrote this, I was actually in a bit of a down mood because there has been quite a lot happening, hasn't there, with our politics, with global geopolitical events, and it just feels a little bit like human rights is going backwards in a lot of places. The future of our planet is dangerously moving. At times it feels more backwards than forwards, and I'm including even the elections in the European Union at the weekend. So for people like me who are really coming from this ethical investment place of wanting money to be moved to the what's going to help us in the future, it can be a bit difficult emotionally. But I think seeing this massive, massive room here, hearing the fantastic thoughts we all had at the hui, I do feel hopeful, because the power of money, no matter what political stuff is happening, is enormous. It's really enormous. A young KiwiSaver putting her small contribution into her KiwiSaver fund, which is still small, is aggregating with millions and trillions of other dollars. And this is a force. This is the really powerful force in our world for change. And I have a lot of hope when I see everybody here who is doing something in that movement, whether it's directly or indirectly. We are about to give some awards to particularly outstanding examples. Those are examples where they are pushing the boundaries of what can we do? How can we do this faster? How can we be braver? We heard a lot at the conference about, perhaps it is just about bravery in a few places, pushing up against perceived barriers. I think some of our awards finalists, but also those who are winning tonight, are those entities that are pushing up against those barriers, and they're providing the standards and the momentum for all of us to follow. So I want to just say an enormous thank you to everybody here, whether or not you're a winner, what you're doing is really important. So now to introduce our MC, I want to give a really special thanks because we were going to have Jessie Mulligan. Sadly, Jessie has come down with COVID, but thankfully, the wonderful Michelle Eaqub has stepped in at less than 24 hours notice, which is just fabulous. So really, yeah. I think many in this room will know Michelle. She is a New Zealand comedy legend. She's been the star of many TV shows, founder of the New Zealand Comedy Guild. She was made an officer of the New Zealand Order of Merit in 2023 for services to comedy. She's also a fantastic champion for women. And actually looking around this room today, I'm really heartened that our industry is becoming more and more diverse. Still a little bit more to do, but we are becoming more diverse as an industry. And someone like Michelle is actually a real champion of the role that women, and as we age, and I'm feeling this, I've just passed another birthday, it's just relentless. But you know, we do as women, and I'm feeling this, as we age, we grow into our power. We get a bit more feisty, we get a bit more, you know. I just love that she's written a book, Stuff I Forgot to Tell My Daughter. This is probably the stuff I need to tell my nieces. She's also a patron of a charity called Aunties, which is an amazing group of aunties supporting whānau and a group of women across New Zealand. So yeah, please join me in giving a massive welcome to Michelle. And thank you again, Michelle.
Ngā mihi kia koutou, ko Michelle Eaqub toko ingoa no hora whenua aho. Though these days I time my waka here in Tamaki Makaurau. My daughter and mokopuna Ngati Ranganui of the Pirirako Hapu in Tauranga Moana, and I treasure my place in their whakapapa. Me mihi ka tihi ki te mana whenua o Tamaki Makaurau ki Ngati Whatua Orakei tēnā koutou katoa. Kei aku rangatira, tēnā koutou kia tātou katoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Good evening, everybody. Hello. I wasn't expecting to be here. This is really lovely. Delighted to be your kai whakataki at these annual Ethical and Impact Investment Awards. I'm one of those people who genuinely love awards. I will probably at least one point tonight have a bit of a cry because I find them quite emotional. I feel like if we've learnt anything in the last 4 years, some of us have, some of us clearly haven't, but some of us have, it's that celebrating achievement really matters. And I also think that I've certainly learned that gathering together in a room with other human beings is a really important thing to be able to do. I was one of those people who had a pretty tough time during lockdown. I don't like sourdough. And there was a lot of existential angst for a person like me, wondering if we would ever again gather in groups, gather in rooms. And so when we were first able to do that, when we came out of the very first lockdown, which, you know, I totally supported, of course, I did, but I didn't know if we were going to lock down for the rest of our lives. And so when we were allowed to go out again and do comedy shows, I scooted off to Tauranga, partly to see my whānau, but also to do a pop-up comedy festival for 3 days in Tauranga. And the only venue, a lot of venues were mothballed for a while, and it took a while for them to come back up. So the only venue that our producer could find for a 3-day comedy festival in Tauranga was an empty Glassons store. And I don't know if you've thought about this, but if you spend a lot of time in a particular environment, you start to soak up the vibe of the environment. So by the end of the first day in the Glassons store, I was wearing a crop top. After 2 days, I started following Max Key on Instagram. Terrible idea. And by day 3, I was just ignoring all women over 50. Because that's what the girls in those shops do. Yeah, I don't mind being invisible. You know, once you turn 50, women are invisible. I'm okay with that. I can shoplift like a bastard. I do not pay for my crop tops, which is nice. So, and I know that you were expecting the delightful Jessie Mulligan here tonight, and I hope that this isn't too disappointing for you. If it helps, as Katie's mentioned, I've won a couple of awards myself. I don't want to bang on about it. Don't want to make tonight about me. It's about you. But let's talk about me for a minute. I was made, it's true, an officer of the New Zealand Order of Merit in the New Year's Honours list last year. I know, right? I know. It involves a lot less curtsying than I had imagined, to be honest. So if anybody would like to curtsy or bow at any point tonight, I would appreciate that. But I want you to just relax. I just pretend that I'm like you. Just pretend I'm ordinary like you are, and we'll be fine. It's okay. No airs and graces. The next step. They're going to take it off me. The next step on the awards ladder, because I didn't really understand how awards worked until they offered me one. I thought it was a scam when I got the email. I thought, oh, who's taking the piss out of me on a Friday afternoon? And but anyway, it all worked out. So it goes, there's a King's Service Medal and then a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit and then an officer of that's me, quite fancy. And then you're a companion, and then it goes to knights and dames, and that's very fancy. Like, that's huge. That's really important. Like, for a woman to become a dame, you really need to have an entire lifetime of dedicated service and outstanding and unprecedented success in your chosen field. Of course, if you're a man, you just need to be rich or play rugby. So it's a lot more straightforward for them, but anyway, like I say, tonight is not about me. I do find that strange, but let's push on through and talk about you instead. So we're going to have 9 awards tonight, but before we start to present those awards, what I would like to do is introduce to you our opening keynote speaker, and that's Izzy Fenwick. Izzy is the founder of Futureful, which is an ESG-based recruitment platform. I don't know what that means, but she might explain, or you know. Izzy's also an emerging director for the Aotearoa Circle, and she's a really passionate advocate for a youth voice in governance. So please give her a very warm welcome. Almighty Paki Paki, Izzy Fenwick.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. I am Izzy Fenwick, and I'm really honoured to be your guest speaker tonight. Some of you won't know my late father, Sir Rob Fenwick, who was neither very rich or played rugby. But I inherited all the passion that I have for sustainable development from him. And he believed that the financial system was both the biggest opportunity and the biggest barrier for our global sustainable development. We need urgent change, and that will not come without the reorientation of investment. We stand at a critical juncture in history where the choices we make, especially as influential financial figures, can either exacerbate our current crisis or lead towards a sustainable and thriving future. I have recently been on the receiving end of some impact investment myself. Maybe not a huge surprise considering my upbringing, being very sustainably and commercially focused. But I also think that my generation has a lot to be thanked for. According to the 2024 Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, 73% of surveyed millennial and Gen Z entrepreneurs were driven by the aim to create meaningful social and environmental impacts. So essentially 3 out of the 4 entrepreneurs they spoke to. These generations are also rejecting organisations that fail to address societal and environmental issues. And this commitment is not just theoretical, it actively influences their career and business choices. A recent Deloitte survey found nearly 50% of millennials and Gen Z had already rejected at least one employer based on an ethical or environmental concern. Why do you think that is? Because it's not like they all just woke up one day and decided to care. They were raised during a time of massive, unimaginable technological development, from the growth of the internet to artificial intelligence to data-enabled services, the inconceivable rise of social media. And this access to information made them more globally connected and aware of environmental challenges and social inequities. It made them progressive and informed, and it gave them information and evidence that they just could not ignore. And why does their opinion matter? They currently make up over 60% of the global population and a significant portion of the workforce. And no talent, no productivity. Which is why I created Futureful. I wanted to offer these generations a solution to fill a gap in the market when it comes to understanding organisational ESG commitments and having that at the forefront of their career decisions. And considering that the majority of the workforce is now millennial, this could be a powerful lever for organisational change. I want ESG to be BAU, and I want to show an ROI on that. I know there's a lot of acronyms in there, but I know that this room literally understood that sentence. And as more of the startup industry is going to be made up of founders that want impact as well as profit, this is going to be a really exciting time for those that are interested in impact investing. Tonight's Mindful Money Awards celebrates the role that ethical and impact investing is playing in making money a force for good. Many of you are trailblazers of New Zealand's impact investment scene. 15 years ago, when the term impact investing was first coined, it required a new way of thinking about the world and the role of responsibility in our financial system. Early adopters faced challenges demonstrating that these investments could both be impactful and profitable, and that journey from skepticism to mainstream adoption underscores the resilience and forward thinking of many of you in this room who have really championed impact investing from the very beginning. This movement reflects the growing global demand for solutions to the mounting crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and inequities. And I want to take a minute to just see if we're all on the same page when it comes to these mounting crises. So please raise your hand if you believe climate change will bring extreme weather events, heat waves, droughts, storms, or flooding. If it will force families out of their homes and bring significant death and destruction. If you think it's going to impact food securities, affect crops, livestock, fish stock, and increase hunger and famine. Raise your hand if you think it will affect our clean water supply, if you think it will increase pollution, erosion, and sediment in our waterways. If you believe it will increase sickness and disease, E. coli, salmonella, giardia, tropical diseases like malaria and dengue fever. And if you think it will come with sea level rise and coastal displacement, forcing millions of Kiwi families and millions of others from their homes, necessitating managed retreat. Now raise your hand if every single one of your financial decisions truly reflects this level of urgency. If your financial decisions consider the known impact on future generations, and if you've removed your financial support from destructive industries. This is why business as usual isn't good enough anymore. Tonight's Impact Investor Awards are to celebrate the strides that we've made in impact investing, and they are worth celebrating, but I am here to push the envelope because we need to be moving much further, much faster, if we want to prevent the pain and suffering that we've all just acknowledged is coming. It's time to recognize that while impact investing is vital, there is something else that we need to be doing, and that is divesting. And as Bill asked us earlier, can we build enough solar or wind to outweigh the emissions of fossil fuel? Can we impact invest enough our way out of balancing the negative impacts of destructive industries? For any gym junkies in the room, you can't out-train a bad diet. We can't just impact invest our way out of some of the situations we're in. Divestment is much harder. Taking your money out of profitable companies that harm our planet is the true test of commitment and courage. And before you think that I'm anti-investing in the transition, I am not. But there is a line, and I think many people are hiding behind it. So I want to dig into a few of the myths that are conveniently used. The common argument that divestment doesn't change company behaviour because someone else will just buy those shares. This argument assumes that divestment is an individual action, and it is not. Divestment is a collective movement, and the laws of supply and demand tell a different story. Globally, 40 trillion in funds avoid fossil fuels, and the return on fossil fuel investments have declined 50% over the past decade, while the S&P 500 have increased by 250 over the same time period. Choices matter, and the collective impact is significant. Just like it was for the impact investing movement at the time. That was considered a hard choice once upon a time, and now it's proven to be the smart choice, and the same will be said for this. When enough investors divest from fossil fuels, it sends a powerful message to the market and to policymakers. It creates a ripple effect that can lead to significant changes in company behaviour and industry standards. As funds flow away from industries that degrade our environment, the financial pressure mounts. Systems change is literally cutting the flow of something into that system, and that is what divestment is. Another argument that some investors use to justify the continued involvement in harmful industries is the idea that having a seat at the table allows them to influence these companies towards more sustainable practices. While this sounds reasonable in theory, in practice, it often serves as a convenient excuse to avoid the harder path of divestment. Sometimes it works, but just this year, we saw BP and Shell roll back their emission reduction targets. That is all the evidence that should be needed to prove that argument is seriously flawed. To be clear, I support investing in organisations that enable their transitions, but transitioning must not be a scapegoat. We cannot continue to use the transition as an excuse for investing in organisations and industries that we know are doing incomprehensible harm. We must fund the transition, but there must be a line. There must be actual accountability behind these decisions. The minute BP and Shell rolled back their commitments, investment should have been removed for this argument to be taken seriously. And when we divest from these areas, we release more capital to be used for good. We've heard a lot today that we have all the capital we need. Why can't we access it? It is tied up in these spaces. When we divest from these areas, we release this capital for innovative, impact-led organisations. And the more this group, who has already drunk the impact investing Kool-Aid, steps into this movement, the more we might encourage those who haven't even started their impact journey to step up to the base that you're already on and ready to step away from. That is the leadership that we need more of. Leadership that acknowledges there needs to be a line here where integrity really steps in. Leadership is an action, not a position. Leadership is not about wielding power, but embracing responsibility. My dad showed me what this kind of leadership truly looked like. He showed me what it means to keep fighting for what is right, even when it's unbelievably tough, even when with the time you have left, you are destined to fail. And the decades ahead of us are going to be unbelievably tough. And with the time we have, we might not see the change, but future generations will. In 1989, the year I was born, Dad was approached by a mining company that wanted to mine part of our property on Waiheke. Not only did Dad turn down their $21 million offer, imagine $21 million in 1989, he covenanted that land so it could never be mined. There was nothing easy about what Dad did, but it was the right thing to do, and he has been remembered for it. Dad showed me what integrity, determination, and grit looked like. I watched him fight for the best possible future that he could influence right up until the week that he died. I watched him dial into meetings from chemo. I watched him read board papers while poison coursed through his veins. I watched him continue to show up, and when he got too weak to show up, I showed up for him, and I show up now. His decisions came with enormous sacrifices, but they also left a huge legacy. And while I'm not asking you to sacrifice your health or time with your family, I am asking you to consider whether your decisions are legacy-making decisions, whether they're decisions that future generations will be proud of, decisions that future generations will remember you for. Because the impact of my father and the leadership he showed me was one that people still talk about long after he's died. What do you want to be remembered for? Because the truth of the matter is, with where technology is today, future generations are going to know exactly what side of history you were on. They will know exactly what date and time you were still funding destructive industries. They will know whether you had the information at that time to truly understand the consequences that those industries were having, and they will be seeking accountability, and it's already happening. In the last few years, we've witnessed a surge in climate-related litigation, a powerful tool wielded by individuals, communities, and organizations demanding accountability for those who harm our environment. This wave of legal action is not a passing trend, it's a call for justice. So over the next 10 years, this trend is expected to intensify as public awareness and scientific evidence grows, so will the determination of legal advocates to hold polluters accountable. My question for those in the room is, in 10 years or 20 years, if you find yourself standing in front of a judge, and whether that judge is in a courtroom or in your living room in front of your children and grandchildren, and they are asking you if you knew of the impact that your choices were having on the environment, will you be able to look them in the eye and say that you were doing everything that you could? And I'm not talking about doing everything you are currently legally required to do. There is a difference between legal enablement of our environmental degradation and what future generations will think is acceptable. And like I mentioned earlier, the technology that we have keeps a record. There is no hiding from your choices, and future generations will know exactly what information and evidence you had and what choices you were making. Our emerging generations are going to see right through the arguments we have currently around investing in destructive industries. So we'll remember the heroes and the villains. What do you want to be remembered for? Do you want a future where your daughter or son is standing in front of a room full of people talking about the incredible legacy you left behind, about the incredible leadership you demonstrated, and about how proud she is of what you sacrificed because you believed that future generations deserved the best chance to the most beautiful and prosperous world? I'm going to end this with a quote from an article Dad wrote the week he died. Time is running out for me, and it is with profound sadness that I consider that time is running out too for our precious environment. Although my doctors have exhausted all the options I have, we as a nation have not exhausted ours. This is a crisis. Time is running out for the treasures of nature that we love, and it is worth using every last breath, all of our collective energy to secure our future. Thank you.
Izzy, what a good daughter to a good ancestor. That was fantastic. And I appreciate always that the worst things that we can do as boomers and Gen Xers is to say, thank goodness we damaged the planet, but aren't the younger generation wonderful? Because all that does is heave all of that responsibility onto them. Yeah, and we still have a job to do, and as inspiring and wonderful and how much hope that provides for us, that's no excuse for us not doing everything that we can while we're still here. All right, shall we do some awards? Shall we do that? I'm already having my first cry of the night. So we've got 9 awards. This is how it's going to run. I am going to announce each award and tell you who the finalists are, and then I'm going to invite the award presenter. There's a different presenter for each award. They will come to the stage, and I will invite them to speak for no more than 2 minutes. They will announce the highly commended recipient who will come to the stage, and then they will announce the winner, and the winner will come to the stage, and the winner is allowed to speak for no more than 2 minutes. We've got a 2-minute rule tonight. And then each of the winner and the highly commended recipient will go and stand over at the photo wall over there and have their photograph taken. And what I'm going to do is encourage all of you to provide enthusiastic sound effects. So I want drum rolls, I would like some whooping, I would like some whistling, you can bang things. I don't want any Kiwi self-effacement, no little shy, meek nonsense. I want full noise, enthusiasm, and wild celebration. Is that clear? Can you just show me what that might sound like? Can we just have a little... I mean, that's a reasonable rehearsal, but it's not an opening night. So let's dive into the awards and see what you can do. Our very first award tonight is for Best Ethical Investor. And this award is for the investment provider that demonstrates the best ethical investment practices. This year, the category has been broadened to include private equity, venture capital, and asset owners. The judges were really impressed by the strong field of entrants. The finalists are Climate Venture Capital Fund. Yes, correct. Good. Harbour Asset Management. And Pathfinder Asset Management. And to present this award, I want to welcome to the stage a very good friend of mine, Tom Hartman. Tom is Personal Finance Lead at Sorted at the Retirement Commission. Please make Tom very welcome.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I'm finding as time goes by that I'm really am a fan of awards as well. They're so amazing. They're actually, I was reflecting on it, it's a community coming together and saying, actually what we need is more of those. You know, this is what we need more of. So I wanted to thank Barry and the team, Karen and Olive for inviting me to be a part of this and to shine the spotlight on success. It's really great to contribute here. Thanks to Mindful Money, and I must say that they're doing the best job of really connecting people's values with their investments in the retail space. Thank you so much for all you do. And on Sorted, sorted.org.nz, we continue to see such an interest in the 1.2 million people that we serve in this space, and it really helps people it's their on-ramp to investing. And we know too, thanks to your research, that people are more open to investing more. So that's a slam dunk, as we, it dovetails so well with our national strategy, and especially the focus area of growing towards the future to meet future needs. And I'm very happy to also announce that we will be integrating Mindful Money data into our Sorted Smart Investor platform coming up. We've been partnering recently on that. So now back to these awards, and for the Best Ethical Investor Award, the judges would like to recognize an investment provider that has pushed the investment boundaries through their dedication to investing for the climate transition. Highly commended is, I guess, drum up. Highly commended, the Climate Venture Capital Fund.
And while our representative from Climate Venture Capital Fund comes to the stage, I'll tell you that the judges said that they have shown a commitment to building an investment portfolio that will tangibly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The judges also commended their contributions to the success of companies in the portfolio, going well beyond just financing. Congratulations, come on.
Now, is there official pictures?
There's a photographer there, and then, yes, beautiful. Thank you. Well done. And tell us who the winner is, Tom.
Yes. And this year, our winner of the Best Ethical Investor category continues to raise the bar for their commitment to ethical investing. And the winner is Pathfinder Asset Management.
And just before I hand over to Pathfinder, I want to tell you that the judges said that Pathfinder is committed to ethical investing across all aspects of their work, including avoiding harmful investments, engaging with companies, and driving down climate emissions. The judges particularly welcome Pathfinder's increased investment in sustainable themes such as renewable energy and in positive impact companies. So congratulations.
Hi, thank you so much. My name's Lily Richards. I'm the creative director at Pathfinder, and it's a real privilege to be up here accepting this award on behalf of the wider team and all of our investors. In his book, Optimism Over Despair, Noam Chomsky says, "We have two choices. We can be pessimistic, give up, and help ensure that the worst will happen. Or we can be optimistic, grasp the opportunities that surely exist, and maybe make the world a better place." Not much of a choice. This is why Pathfinder exists. Yes, ours is a financial product, helping people save for their future, but in our vision of this future, both businesses and providers of capital make decisions that aren't careless with our ecosystems, resources, other animals, our homes, or our hearts. Thank you to Mindful Money and to all the judges who gave their time. These awards really resonate with New Zealanders and support them to make more informed decisions about their future. Your work and service of this is really appreciated. And thanks to all the other finalists in this category. The more of us that do this, the better it is for everyone.
Beautiful, fantastic. Congratulations to Pathfinder. Thank you so much to Tom. And if our winner and highly commended recipient go over to the photo wall, we can get some more photographs of you there. I'm going to just seamlessly put this microphone down and move over to the lectern like that. So, our next award is Best New Ethical Fund. So since these awards were held a year ago, ethical investment has continued to grow really fast. And that has been driven, of course, by strong consumer demand. A whole range of innovative new investment funds have been established, which means broader options for Kiwi investors. So this category is for the most innovative ethical fund launched over the last year. The finalists are BetaShares Australian Sustainability Leaders Fund, BetaShares Global Sustainability Leaders Fund, and Artesian Green and Sustainable Bond Fund. And I'm going to invite Alex Corbett, who is Head of Investment and Finance for Foundation North, to come to the stage and present this award. Alex, oh, there you are. Fantastic.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you, Michelle. Last year, Jesse got selfies with all the finalists and awards. Not for me, but for the finalists, but I think that's an opportunity that he's missed this year. On behalf of Foundation North, I'm excited to be here, and we are thrilled to be supporting Mindful Money Conference and Awards. Foundation North is the community trust for Auckland and Northland, and as a trust fund in perpetuity, we have developed an investment approach that we believe will help us achieve our vision of enhanced lives. We invest to grow our endowment for our region's future generations, while also granting to communities annually. Our investment approach has flexibility to respond to opportunities as they arrive, like impact investing. And in 2021, we launched Te Pai Ki Te Rangi Impact Fund, which has an investment mandate very similar to our strategic granting priorities and supporting people in our rohi. So, nā te roro, nāku te roro, ka ora ai te iwi. With my basket, with your basket, our people will thrive. And on to presenting the award. To the Best New Ethical Investment Award, the judges considered that the finalists were of a high standard and so have given a commendation, and the highly commended award goes to so the Best New Ethical Fund, highly commended, is the BetaShares Global Sustainability Leaders Fund.
Come on up to the stage. And while you pose for the photographer, I'll do the reading bit about how awesome you are, because that's never uncomfortable at all.
35 years. Hi, Hugh. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
I saw Alex 15 years ago, so this is quite a...
So let me tell you what the judges said. They were impressed by their strong framework for avoiding harm and their effective leadership stewardship. This includes their responsible investment committee reviewing their voting positions and advising on thematic engagements. You're a top bloke, Hugh. Well done. Round of applause.
And the winner of the best new ethical fund for 2024 is Artisan Green and Sustainable Bond Fund.
And the judges said they welcome this fund as an innovative new offering into the New Zealand market with a focus on short interest duration bonds, strong ESG credentials, and an impact orientation. They welcomed Artesian's strong framework for measurement and reporting, so huge congratulations to you. Another round of applause.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Barry, for putting on a great day today. It's our first time to attend and we'll attend for years to come. Thanks to the judges for considering us and commiserations to BetaShares. Thanks also to Devon and Greg for getting the fund out into the wider market, and thanks to all our early investors for really believing in us. So thanks a lot, guys.
Fantastic, congratulations, and head over to the photo wall and get your photograph taken. Thank you also to Alex for, no, you can't sit down, Artesian, you need to go over to the photo wall and have your photo taken. He's not listening to me, he's so excited. It's all gone, it's a blur now for you, it's a blur, I love that. Well done. A round of applause as he walks over to the, oh. Also, thank you to Alex for presenting that award so beautifully. All right, our next award is Best Overseas Ethical or Impact Fund. This is obviously for the best overseas ethical fund that is actively marketed in New Zealand. The judges were looking for overall excellence in all aspects of funds management. Let's find out who the finalists are. Australian Ethical Australian Shares Fund. Pengana Web Impact Fund, and Stewart Investors Worldwide Leaders Sustainability Fund. And I would like to welcome Claire Brabant, who is Senior Associate at Minter Ellison Rudd Watts, to present this award for us. Please welcome her to the stage.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, Michelle. The ethical investment market is a fast-growing sector of New Zealand's thriving funds management industry. These awards do a fantastic job of recognising standout individuals and entities that are committed to driving sustainability through their investment practices. Minter Ellison Rudd Watts is proud to have been recently named as the New Zealand Law Firm of the Year by Chambers Asia Pacific, and we are delighted to partner with financial institutions of all types and sizes to help shape New Zealand's future. We are particularly proud of our long association with Mindful Money, dating all the way back to its inception in 2019. Minter Ellison Rudd Watts are solid supporters of all that Mindful Money seeks to achieve in making money a force for good. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Barry and the team at Mindful Money for the honour of presenting this award. So on to the award for the Best Overseas Ethical Fund. The judges noted that there was a strong field of entries and a depth of experience and expertise across all of the finalists, and there was a close runner-up in this category. To announce the award for highly commended, the winner is...
Let's do another drum roll. You were too soon before. Timing was off.
Pengana Web Impact Fund.
So the judges said that they were really impressed by the process that Pengana Web Fund uses for stewardship and engagement, including a time-bound escalation process, objective milestones, and regular reviews of the effectiveness of engagement. So huge congratulations to Pengana Web.
Thank you. And the winner of the Best Overseas Ethical Fund Award for 2024 is Australian Ethical Australian Shares Fund.
And the judges said that they commend Australian Ethical on the way that it has embedded ethical and impact investing across its business and investment processes. The judges particularly welcomed Australian Ethical's reporting on the outcome of stewardship engagements and the clear processes leading to divestment where sufficient change is not achieved. Huge congratulations.
Unexpected, so a little underprepared. But firstly, a big thank you to Barry and the team at Mindful Money. This is a huge event and getting bigger and bigger every year, so proud to support it and to be recognised tonight. Also to all the judges who do the mountain of work. It's muchly appreciated. I guess I want to pay tribute to all the nominees and award winners tonight. There's a mountain of work that goes into ethical investing with different nuances and complexities. And there's a lot of fund managers doing great things in this space, but not enough. So bring on the competition, the more the merrier. We started investing in the Australian market back in 1986 when 4 like-minded individuals got together, probably beard-wearing, flannel-wearing investors, truth be told, and they thought there'd be a better way of investing for people, planet, and animals. And after Dylan's speech earlier today, probably space needs to be included in that. And it's been a long journey since the 80s, and we're now privileged to look after 12 billion in funds under management and see tangible differences happening and being part of a brighter future, not warmer future, brighter future. So a big thank you. It's much appreciated.
Yeah, not warmer future, less changing future. I always think we made a mistake when we called it, what do we call it? Warming, climate warming. It's like global warming. It sounds so pleasant, and it's not. So congratulations to Australian Ethical and ngamihi to Claire Brabant for presenting that award. Right, our next award is Best Impact Investment Fund. And we know from annual consumer surveys published by Mindful Money and RIAA that there's a really strong public interest in funds that focus on investing for positive social and environmental benefits. So this award is for funds that invest for positive impact as well as for financial return, especially those that can demonstrate how they contribute to the growth and success of those companies. So we have just 2 finalists for this award, and they are Climate Venture Capital Fund and also Purpose Capital Impact Fund. And I would like to invite Matt Edwards, who I think might be this man, CEO of Tax Management New Zealand, to present this award. Welcome, Matt.
Good evening, everyone. My marketing director has written my speech tonight, and not only has she written it, but she's highlighted it in yellow as well. Me saying something like warmer future on a night like this would probably be the reason why she's done this, I think. I'll get to the speech, Charlotte, but I just wanna freelance for a minute. I've just come back from 20 years working in the UK and Europe, so really from my personal point of view, the job I've taken on at TMNZ is the first professional job I think I've done in New Zealand as a born and bred Kiwi. My wife and I built a couple of very much purpose-driven businesses in the UK, and we built those businesses with the assistance of private capital and private equity. If we didn't have the support from the markets and we didn't have the support of that funding, we would have not been able to do what we do. So I think what we're doing in here and tonight in the light of that is very, very important. And I'm also, when we came back, we decided we were only going to come back if we could do something in New Zealand that is impactful. So I'm super proud to be working at Tax Management New Zealand with what we're doing, which I'll talk about in a minute when I get to your speech. And I'm really, really stoked to be standing here in Auckland this evening and seeing so much capital in the market looking to do good things. Coming on to what Charlotte would like me to say, it's a huge honour to be presenting this award and participating in an event that celebrates so much of what we as a business strive for. TMNZ purpose is to be 100% invested in a better Aotearoa. For us, that starts with providing New Zealand's businesses with an incredible return through our tax pooling solutions. And that, of course, creates greater cash flow, flexibility, boosts working capital, and overall is helping to grow New Zealand economy. So I don't know how much anyone in the room knows of tax pooling, but I can certainly say tax pooling is doing good things for New Zealand business, which in turn does good things for New Zealand. But our purpose also reflects TMNZ's unique approach to achieving impact. Since 2020, we have donated 100% of our profits to the Whakatupu Aotearoa Foundation for good to help solve the environmental and social challenges we face as a nation. Indeed, through their strategic funding approach, the foundation has supported a number of organisations in this very room, including Mindful Money. And that's why I'm particularly proud to present the award for Best Impact Investment Fund. Tonight's finalists are inspiring in the way they invest in financial return and positive impact. And so now on for the award. The judges considered that both the finalists have developed a strong approach to impact investing and both are building portfolios of promising investments. So highly recommended. Climate Venture Capital Fund.
And the judges said they were extremely complimentary about the sound framework that Climate Venture Capital Fund has put in place. In addition to their focus on emissions reductions, they include climate adaptation and resilience as important complementary considerations. So congratulations to the Climate Venture Capital team. Thank you.
I guess this one's a little bit anticlimactic.
It's just a nice process of elimination.
Congratulations, Purpose Capital.
And the judges were impressed by Purpose Capital's place-based investing. Come on up, come and do the photo while I do the chit-chat. Responding to the needs of communities and the contributions they make to the companies they invest in. The judges also acknowledged the importance of their collaborative processes and the catalytic role that Purpose Capital plays in attracting other institutional funding. Congratulations to Purposeful Capital.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, first off, as always, a huge thanks to Barry and his team. You guys play such an important role in the overall ecosystem. So thank you so much for your work. I also want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I always love it when we finish the conference part and we have drinks and nibbles, and then we're going on to the awards, and just about everybody stays for that as well, which is really, really wonderful. As always, my team, you know, a $22 million fund doesn't pay much in the way of a management fee. That for those of you out there who, know how that goes. So salary sacrifice, the whole works in order to get this thing up and running. All of our investment committee, our boards, all are all unpaid. It's all volunteer. So yeah, so it's a great effort. We all do it because we love it. And yeah, we're proud of where we've got to at this point. What keeps us up at night? Well, as any investor, it's worrying about your investments and how they're actually doing. That's part of it. But it's also wondering if the investments that we're making is making the kind of difference that we know is urgently required. What gets us up in the morning is the possibility of us contributing to a new world, and it will be a world that looks quite different than this. That'll be a more human world, that'll be a happier world, and it'll be a world in line with the earth that we live on. So that's the next step for all of us in terms of our investment is being able to contribute to that world. So thank you very much.
Congratulations to Purpose Capital, who I renamed Purposeful Capital a couple of times. I don't know if you want to think about that name change. I mean, I feel it rolls off the tongue fairly nicely. And also thank you to Matt Edwards for that amazing mix of off the cuff and prepared presentation that was sort of both passive aggressive and adorable. So yay. Well done. Give him another round of applause, Matt Edwards. Matt. And we have a new award this year. This is the People's Choice Award. And I would like to welcome to the stage to introduce it. Would you please give a hugely warm welcome to the lovely Barry Coates from Mindful Money.
Kia ora. Can't believe you're doing this so well, Michelle. We only told you about this a few hours ago. So this is the People's Choice Awards. First time that we've done this award. It's voted on by members of the public who are asked to choose their favourite ethical fund. We wanted to make it kind of important and to give honour to the late Rod Oram. So this is a People's Choice Award in the memory of the late Rod Oram, and he's obviously well known to most, if not all of you. He was a kind of fantastic helper and contributor and supporter to Mindful Money. He was our head judge for the first several years of the awards, and as he is for the Sustainable Business has been for the Sustainable Business Network Awards. He contributed to many of our seminars, kind of got up at some ungodly hour to report from the Middle East on what was happening at the climate summit, and was just so incredibly generous with his time, such a thoroughly nice man, and an absolute inspiration in the sustainability world, taken suddenly and far too early, and we will miss him. I now want to introduce Rachel Brown, founder and CEO of Sustainable Business Network, who will present this award. Rachel.
Kia ora, Barry. Thank you for that. Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. Ko Rachel Brown, toka wingawa. I'm going to bring us down a little bit. I'm sorry about that, but I think it's kind of important to reflect on this magnificent man just for a minute. In March this year, Rod Oram died. He died doing what he loved, cycling through the city he absolutely adored. I'm one of the many who loved Rod very deeply, which makes it a great pleasure, Barry, and an honour, Lynn, to be here tonight to present this award in his name. It's just one of a massive positive legacy that he's left for all of us. Rod was a renowned writer on economics, politics, he'd be super hot right now, and sustainability. He was also a great friend, a colleague, a mentor, an informer for many of us here tonight. His erudite and informed campaigning for environmental and social justice changed conversations in this country. But his impact and influence operated at a personal level too. Although always incredibly busy, he was unfailingly generous with his time. He supported nearly every NGO, business and individual working in the sustainability space here in Aotearoa. He was massively supportive of your vision, Barry, and the excellent work done by Mindful Money. Now, Lynn and Rod arrived in Aotearoa in late 1990s. Rod had already carved out an impressive career as a financial commentator in London and New York, including several posts with the Financial Times. He brought his wealth of knowledge, thankfully, to New Zealand Herald, expanding his reach into business sustainability, innovation, transparency, and then climate reporting. He had a bold vision for what this country's future could look like and a meticulous way of demonstrating how it could be made to happen. He sought out the innovators and the pioneers here, and he also brought them back from around the world, looking for how they were lifting positive values, systems, technologies for the greater good. He was a constant source of amazing and inspiring tidbits of information and of hope. He provided a helping hand in getting us all equipped so we might achieve the unprecedented speed, scale, and complexity of change we desperately need to meet this immense challenge of our times. Rod was adamant, as am I, that New Zealand is better placed than many countries to devise and implement sustainability really well. Our abundant natural capital, our distinctive cultures, our small scale, our close connections, and global relationships are just some of our amazing advantages. Now, for those who knew Rod, knew he was absolutely committed to the idea that responsible investment could be the driving force for all these changes, and today has really reinforced that. Lynn and I kind of touched base earlier, and we believe that had he been here, he might have said something like, "If money talks, then mindful investing is the clarion call from the rooftops." Go, Rod. Now, he loved celebrations like this one. He used to come to ours doing all sorts of different things. He came on a yike bike, in a tuk-tuk. He turned up in a costume. So please, for Rod's sake, have a bloody good time tonight, because it's really important that we celebrate all the differences we all make. And thank you for doing that. And thank you for your time. And now on to the exciting moment of giving out a People's Choice Award. Great idea, Barry, to do this. Now, the competition was incredibly close, so Mindful Money is offering a special commendation. So the highly commended for the People's Choice goes to... Sorry. Simplicity. Simplicity. And they're not here? They're here. Sorry. I was thinking I could double take a Sam. Well done. Right. And the winner of the inaugural People's Choice Award, as chosen by you, is Pathfinder Asset Management. I'll hold this so you go and speak.
Okay. Me again. So, this award arguably means the most, because Pathfinder as a KiwiSaver plan was developed so that more Kiwis could invest ethically. At Pathfinder, we innovate, agitate, and educate for our members. It's your retirement we imagine when we buy or sell stocks, when we back private assets, and when our CEO gets time in front of policymakers. And it's our collective future we imagine when we ask ourselves how we can use finance to fund outcomes that benefit our people, our planet, and other animals. So thank you to everyone who voted for us. Probably not in this room, but out in the world. You'll be front of mind as we continue to invest to grow individual wealth and collective well-being. Thank you.
Please, that's so great. Every room was better with Rod Oram in it. You know, I was lucky enough to be in some of those rooms. I remember being at a TEDx talk in Christchurch, sitting in the front row with Rod, and I didn't have any water, and he did, and he gave me his water bottle. That was the kind of delightful gentleman that he was. He was a joy to be around, and a really kind man with a very sharp mind. So that's a fantastic award in his honour. All right, our next award is Best Media Reporting on Ethical and Impact Investment. This is to showcase media reporting on the issues of ethical investment, sustainability and climate change. So the judges were looking for excellence in reporting, but also for evidence of significant outcomes as a result of their coverage. So let's find out who the finalists are. Eloise Gibson, RNZ and Stuff. Round of applause. Greg Harrell, Business Desk. Will Mace, National Business Review, NBR. And Stephen Moy, Seeds Podcast and Other Outreach. And it's my pleasure to invite Head of Communications for the Guardians of New Zealand Superannuation and generous sponsor of this award, Catherine Etheridge, to the stage to present. Thank you. Round of applause.
Thank you, Michelle. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. The Super Fund, we are very happy to support this award. Media scrutiny is, in our view, good for us and it is good for the industry. It might be a little bit painful late on a Friday afternoon to get that call, but we think of the bigger good. As a global investor, we work with journalists around the world on these issues, ethical investment, sustainability and climate change. Indeed, we helped fund Rod Oram's trip to COP28. Now, Rod is no longer with us, but it is good to know that there are other local journalists with a sophisticated understanding of the issues, the ability to ask the right questions and to write in an insightful way. And now to the award. The judges were complimentary about the strong field of entries this year. A highly commended award goes to Greg Harrell from Business Desk.
And as Greg comes to the stage, I can tell you that the judges said he's shown expertise in reporting on complex investment issues. They welcomed his innovative approach in covering themes such as greenwashing and climate reporting and covering the different perspectives. The range of Greg's work shows an ongoing commitment to ethical investment and sustainable finance. Another round of applause.
So, unusually, the judges have actually awarded a second commendation for this category. The second highly commended award goes to Stephen Moy.
And the judges recognise Stephen's commitment to the Seeds podcast with almost 400 interviews, as well as engaging audiences through a range of articles and books and events. The breadth of coverage is impressive with a strong thread around diverse aspects of impact. So a huge congratulations to Stephen.
Right, it is now my pleasure to announce the winner of the Best Media Reporting Award for 2024. The award goes to Eloise Gibson.
The judges were impressed by the leading role that Eloise has played in reporting on climate change, and especially her role in her project to rate climate action by New Zealand's largest companies using an innovative scorecard system and visual storytelling. The reporting outcomes included its position on the Stuff homepage and feedback from companies wanting to improve their score in future rankings. So congratulations, Eloise. Well done.
Kia ora koutou. I was going to suggest that the four of us arm wrestled or fought over the cheese plate, which is quite a common thing. It's quite a way for journalists to settle their disputes, but I'll just take it now that it's here. Yeah, thinking of Rod Oram today, obviously. When he was alive, he was very generous about passing on speaking opportunities, of which he always had far, far more than he could manage to get to, despite his incredible work ethic. And with his passing, I guess I now feel that he has passed the entire mantle on to the rest of us, including, the four of us finalists. So yeah, it's a lot of pressure, but he was so incredible about building younger reporters up in his time that hopefully we're better equipped now than we ever were before. When I started working as a journalist, there was no such thing as a climate change correspondent or a climate change editor. New Zealand now has several specialised roles and has grown all the time. So I think the field is getting better, and please do click from multiple devices on all of our stuff if you can. Just to show our bosses and the metrics that the work is valued. A big part of the work that I put forward for this award was an assessment of 20 large climate companies and their impact, 20 large companies and their climate impact, which I did while I was at Stuff. A number of people in the room either helped with that or will have colleagues that did. So thank you for those of us who take those calls on a Friday night and share your expertise with us. There's these new climate disclosure rules now, I'm sure you all know, but getting to grips with that level of information as one person, as most of us are in our newsrooms, is just too much, and we need everyone in this room to help us out, whether it's on the record, off the record, background, whatever you can do to help us tune through that information, to highlight things we may not have seen, to share your perspective. We really, really appreciate it. So yeah, thanks for doing what you do, and we'll keep doing our thing as long as you click.
Fantastic. Congratulations. That's fantastic, Eloise. And I want Eloise and also our highly commenders to go and have their photo taken, if you would. Now, that would be fantastic. And one other hot tip, I hadn't thought of that. I know that I'm just passing this on, also that New Zealand authors, every time you take a book out of a library by a New Zealand author, they get some money. So, you got to get whatever it is that you're reading, but go and get 6 more books written by New Zealanders and they will get some money out of the government at the end of each year. But the idea that every time you see a climate change article, you should click on it from all of your devices is a brilliant one, just to show the traffic. So well done. Another round of applause, please, to Eloise Gibson. Our 7th award tonight is for Best Ethical Financial Advisor. So financial advisors play a really crucial role in helping their clients to invest ethically. And this award is for the financial advisor or advisory firm who can best demonstrate how they integrate ethical investing into a client-centered approach. Let's find out who the finalists are. Ethical Investing New Zealand. Huge round of applause. Evergreen Advice. And MoneyWorks New Zealand. And so to present this award, let's welcome to the stage Chair of the Board of Mindful Money, Paul Richardson.
Thank you, Michelle. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou toa. I'm Paul Richardson. I'm the chair of the group of trustees behind Mindful Money, involved for 3 or 4 years now. I'd like to take the opportunity just to thank the other directors as well. Graham Clark has decided to step down as chair, and I've taken on that role. But the other directors, Angela Spain, Bridget Coates, I'd like to welcome David Tikao to our board. Where's David? I think he's gone. But also acknowledge John Staples, who had to step down himself as well. Great effort by all of them to help drive this along over the last few years, but we're still wanting to grow further. We really like to take advantage of all this great energy that's in the room, the inspirational ideas, and push forward. So if you want to talk to us, the directors, many directors are here tonight, please come and approach us, have a chat. We want to see how we can grow forward with this group, with this, take advantage of the knowledge that we all have and inspirational ideas that we have here. I'd also like to personally thank Izzy Fenwick for an amazing inspirational talk there. I have a daughter I'd like to direct in your direction. And also acknowledge Rod Orem, who I found pretty inspirational as well. In fact, I was involved in the conversations with him when I first met Barry about all of this. So thank you again. Ethical investing is difficult without some advice, I think, and some resource and help to do it. And we'd like to acknowledge the fantastic ethical advisors we have up on the awards here. But there are others out there who are in the field. You know who you are. But it was very difficult to make a final decision. I think the judges found it challenging because there's been such great improvement and step forward by everybody in the last few years. But they have decided this time to award a commendation, and I'm going to attempt to multitask at this point. Say it on once. So the commendation for highly commended went to Ethical Investing New Zealand.
And the judges said Ethical Investing New Zealand's entry showed really good processes for discussing ethical preferences with clients. They provide clients with clear communications and good documentation, including information on what is excluded in portfolios and what is included. So congratulations to Ethical Investment New Zealand.
Now for the big award. The winner of Best Ethical Financial Advisor, MoneyWorks New Zealand. Yep.
And the judges commended MoneyWorks for integrating ethical issues throughout the client advice process. They have a thorough and comprehensive approach to matching investment portfolios to client preferences with innovative use of technology. So huge congratulations to the MoneyWorks team.
Thank you, everybody. I'd like to accept this award on behalf of Kerry and Peter Church, who are cycling around Finland at the moment, but I'm sure they wish they could be here. It's quite funny because for the last probably 3 years now, sort of 80% of the new clients we see, they'll all ask us about ethical investing, and that's not something we saw years ago. So the clients actually want to invest in terms of their values. And the one thing that we really appreciate with Mindful Money is you make it easier for us to be better advisors. And I really like seeing a lot of the awards tonight because most of the fund managers in here, or a lot of them, we're investing in for our clients, and they're doing a good job. So thank you.
Fantastic. Congratulations to MoneyWorks. Ngā mihi to Paul Richardson for presenting that award, and pop over and have your photographs taken over by the photo wall. So our penultimate award, that's a fancy way of saying second to last, award tonight is, I don't know why I did that, that was weird. Best, sometimes I should leave things inside my head. The next award is Best Net Zero and Climate Action Investor. So this category focuses on the investment funds that are crucial in financing the transition to a net zero emissions future. The category includes both mainstream funds and the specialist funds focused on climate solutions. So our two climate champion finalists are Climate Venture Capital Fund, and Guardians of the New Zealand Superannuation Fund. I'm going to ask John O'Broom, who is the New Zealand representative for the research provider Sustainalytics. I knew I'd get there, which is a generous sponsor of these awards, and he's a very nice person. Please welcome him to the stage.
Analysts at the Reserve Bank of New Zealand last year released a study, and in that study they put the damages of climate change to the tune of 1.7 to 3.1 trillion USD every year from 2050. Now that's in terms of damages to property, agriculture, and human health. But it's of course not just the economy and human life we're talking about. Even in a 2-degree world, the IPCC is projecting that up to 18% of all terrestrial species will be at high risk of extinction by 2100. To put that into context, that's over 1 million species. In the water, the same 2-degree outcome is expected to leave just 1% of existing coral coverage in place. And that's why I'm so privileged to be standing here to present the award for Best Net Zero and Climate Impact, Climate Action Investor today. There were two very different finalists operating at very different scales and breadths, reflecting that there is a role to play for all of us across different segments of our industry in this climate crisis. So without further ado, the highly commended award goes to the Guardians of New Zealand Superannuation.
The judges recognise that the super fund is one of the leading international sovereign wealth funds in climate policy and action. They welcome the continued progress in reducing emissions intensity and the increasing investment in climate solutions, particularly in New Zealand. So congratulations to the super fund. Well done.
And now it's my great pleasure to announce the winner of the Climate Action Award.
Who could it be?
Drum roll. It's about time too. The winner is, of course, the Climate Venture Capital Fund.
And the judges commended the Climate Venture Capital Fund for its leadership in investing in climate solutions. The fund has really clear targets for reducing emissions and a strong measurement and reporting framework, as well as an attractive financial return. They're playing a really crucial role in building a stronger climate solution sector in New Zealand. So massive congratulations. Well done.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you very much. E mihi ana kia korua to Barry and Kate. Thank you very much, everyone, for a wonderful awards night, and we're very gratified by these awards tonight. Big shout out to Lucas and the team at the Guardians of the New Zealand Superannuation Fund. I think you summed it up very well. It's an incredible space to be investing in, because this is about everybody. It's about every unit of what's in the atmosphere around us, and no one gets out of this process without having a role to play. Our role is quite specific, as I see it. It's to invest in positive climate solutions, and those are things that reduce our planetary impact. And we really think that the transition to a cleaner economy is enormous. It's also obvious, it's transformative, and it is larger than the transition that we saw to the internet. It's larger than the transition we saw to the original invention of what we now call the Industrial Revolution. We have so much more to do here, but we're very happy with our progress. And I would like to to just shout out to all the work that Mindful Money is doing, to the community that we're building here, and to the legacy of people like the late Rod Oram, who've made a fantastic contribution to getting us to where we are. But we have a lot further to go. The planet is not waiting for us, and our progress, sadly, is too slow. So we need to go faster, and I'd love to talk with you about it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Huge congratulations to the Climate Venture Capital Fund. Ngā mihi to Jono for presenting that award. And also our congratulations to the New Zealand Super Fund, who will also pop over and get a photo taken at the photo wall. That would be great. I now have the pleasure of introducing our final award for the evening. This is the Best Ethical KiwiSaver Fund Provider. This year, overall, KiwiSaver funds totaled over $100 billion for the very first time. They're now a very important pool of funds with the potential to make a significant difference through ethical and impact investing. So our final award for the KiwiSaver provider that demonstrates the best ethical investment practices. Let's find out who the finalists are. The first is Generate KiwiSaver. Medical Assurance Society, MAS. Pathfinder Asset Management. and Simplicity New Zealand. And so I'm now going to introduce the presenter for this prestigious award, David Callanan. David is General Manager of Corporate Trustee Services for the Public Trust, which is a generous sponsor of this award. Please make him very welcome.
So I thought I'd start just briefly speaking about the power of women, and thank you for raising that at the outset, and recognise in particular tonight Kate joining Barry as the co-CEO. I think it's a really great signal, and when I've had the pleasure of working really closely with Kate recently, and when she told me that she was joining Mindful Money in this role, it's a different role than she's had with Mindful Money in the past. I wished her the best of luck working with Barry, but now I say to you, Barry, good luck, because she is a force to be reckoned with, no doubt. So yeah, kia ora to you, Kate, and thank you for what you've done here tonight, along with the whole Mindful Money team. Now, I'd also like to talk about the power of money and why the work that Mindful Money does is so powerful is because it relates to the power of information. And that is at the heart of the work that Mindful Money does. And that's why Public Trust wanted to join the great team that sits behind Mindful Money and support the work that you do. So, kia ora. So, as a supervisor, Public Trust have a part to play in supporting New Zealand's sustainability shift, and we fully support fund managers who are working in this space. The finalists tonight are ESG frontrunners. They're charting a new path to create long-term value for their investors while making a positive impact. To make wider change happen, this good work really needs to be visible. We need to showcase it and make space for it, just like we are here tonight. It's a chance for everyone to learn, share, and celebrate. So I'm thrilled. All 4 finalists, I don't know if it's a coincidence, I promise it wasn't rigged, fund managers, KiwiSaver providers that are supervised by Public Trust. So I guess we have 4 horses in this race and we're going to win regardless of what happens, which is quite nice. Now for the final award category, the judges have given a commendation this year reflecting the high standard of the runner-up. So the highly commended award. Simplicity.
The judges recognise that Simplicity has carved out a unique role among KiwiSaver providers, combining a low fees range of funds with a strong commitment to deliver positive benefits through initiatives. Come on up and do photos. Like Simplicity Living, investments in social housing and renewable energy, and significant donations to charities as well. So these ethical commitments are making a tangible difference. Huge congratulations to Simplicity.
And final award for 2024, the winner of the Best Ethical KiwiSaver Award, Pathfinder.
So let me tell you what yes, bring the whole whānau. Come on, get your iwi up on the stage, Pathfinder. Yes, yeah. And I want to tell you what the judges said about Pathfinder. They commend them for continuing to raise the bar for ethical performance. They've integrated an ethical approach across each of the key dimensions of ethical investing, avoiding harm, active stewardship, and climate action. Over the past year, Pathfinder has also expanded its sustainably themed and positive impact investments. So massive congratulations to Pathfinder. Woo!
Okay. John, our co-founder and CEO, is normally here to absorb the wonderful yet awkward honour of winning 3 awards. So if he was here, I imagine he'd say something about how when he first started investing ethically, no one believed in it and very few people wanted it. Now, more people than ever want to believe in it. And we take that responsibility really seriously. At Pathfinder, we're working to prove that you can use a morally challenging tool, such as investing, to create a morally acceptable outcome, such as retirement savings that weren't earned at the expense of human dignity, animal welfare, or sustainable ecosystems. There is a lot of work still to be done, but there's real grace for all of us in the doing. Thank you again for this validation, and congratulations to all the other fund managers shortlisted in this category. It's so great to have company. Here's to more of that year on year.
Amazing. Go and do photographs. Also, I want Simplicity to go over and get photographs at the photo wall as well. Fantastic. How exciting. Also, David Callanan, my favourite presenter so far. I can't even tell you why, but just adorable. So congratulations again to Pathfinder, and warm thanks to David Callanan for presenting that award. Give them both another round of applause. In fact, I want to give congratulations to all of our winners and all of our finalists as well here tonight. Thank you to all of you for doing something important and practical for this planet and its people. And for all of the blind frogs called Freddie, and for our mokopuna, and for all of us who want to become good ancestors, thank you for doing what you all do to make the world better, and many thanks for inviting me to come and share this with you. It's Pōmarie from me. I'm going to hand over to Barry Coates for final words. Good night.
Kia ora. Who could believe that Michelle stepped into this role on really short notice? Karawe, you're absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much, Michelle. Thanks for all of you sticking through awards. I think we heard some great stories tonight about some fantastic funds, some people who are doing wonderful work. I wanted to say huge thank to Izzy Fennick for actually challenging us, pushing the boundaries, stepping up and saying, what are we here for? Is it just to tick the box that says, oh yes, we did that ESG thing, or actually we're trying to make a difference? And Izzy, I think you, from the heart, gave us that challenge. So thank you so much for your address. It was brilliant. So we've thanked all the awards winners. We've thanked those who were commended. They did fantastically well, and we can celebrate with them afterwards. Michelle said thanks to the finalists. There was the other category, the people who entered but didn't get shortlisted for the finals. Thanks to all of those. We've deliberately made the categories wider for the awards, and we're hoping to encourage many more entries. We want private equity to come into these awards. We want venture capital, and we want asset owners to come into these awards. Because the challenge of influencing investment is far wider than just the fund managers. And so please do think about entering the awards. If you're in any of those categories or a fund manager, it would be great to have a larger pool of entrants. And please, it's a way to get feedback. It's a way to sort of benchmark your progress. And we hope that lots of you will be thinking about your awards entries as you leave here tonight. I wanted to say a few thanks, of course, to the team. We've said thanks to them before, but I really wanted to say thank you to Olive. And Olive Coulson has just put in hours and hours and hours of work late at night and early in the morning at any time. And she's been moving house and doing a whole lot of other things as well. So a big round of applause to Olive Fields. To Karen Swainson, who has also put in a huge amount of time and came down with COVID last week and was in doubt as to whether she could get here, but I can assure you she tested negative. But through all of that time, she not only helped out in the wards, but completed our update of all of the portfolio data of over 800 funds on the Mindful Money website. So thank you so much for all your hard work. As David Cullen said, you know, we're graced by having a co-CEO and could not have chosen any better person for the role than Kate Fennell. So Kate, just so much looking forward to this next phase. And to Shannon Barnes, doing great research, particularly on nature and natural systems, and the link with investment and nature. Shannon's in Wanaka, so we don't often see her, but fabulous you're here tonight, Shannon. And to Frank, Rega Powell just joined us and doing great stuff with our data. So to Paul Richardson, our board chair, to thank you very much, Paul, and the rest of the board, and particularly David Tikao, who made a huge contribution to the awards ceremony tonight and the conference. He had to leave early, but we're really grateful for that. And finally, to our volunteer, Shanina and Grace, thanks, guys, so much. You did really, really well, and it was so wonderful to have you here. Thanks to sponsors. So we heard earlier on about sponsors to the conference, sponsors to the awards, Public Trust. Thank you so much. Sustainalytics, supporting sponsors, Australian Ethical, Bay Trust, Craig's Investment Partners, Convergence, First Sentier and Stewart Investors, at Milford, and Trust Management. So thank you to all of those sponsors. Finally, thank you all to you, the audience, for coming along here, for staying for the awards, and I hope you enjoy the conference, hope you enjoyed the awards. We'd love to work with you on stuff. You know, Mindful Money is this kind of tiny little charity, and we're trying to do really innovative things, and we love working with other people, and we look forward to opportunities to work with you. Any suggestions, any ideas? We're up for it. So please don't hesitate to talk to me or others in the Mindful Money team after this. And I'm sure you've got a few ideas about different things that could happen as a result of all of this. So I'm not going to get in the way of you and some kai and drinks. Have a drink, enjoy yourself, stay for a while. At about 7:45 or so, we'll go just down the road to a place called Parasol and Swing, which is on Viaduct Harbour. It's just a few doors down at the side of Viaduct Harbour, and we'll stay there until late. All the award winners, it's compulsory attendance. Everyone else is optional, but I hope you come and join us there after having a few drinks here. Thank you all so much for coming, and enjoy the rest of the evening.